go back to
And we have
that
everybody.
picture.
Okay.
This one. This was the one that shows why we.
Okay, Yvette, we'll go ahead and call to order. It looks like we have 100% of the steering committee here present today. We'll just take a minute and let everybody go around the table and introduce themselves, just your name and a word about yourself, and we'll keep it quick, and then we'll jump into the order of business today. Thank you.
Linda Smith, third generation Carmelite, Monterey Pine Forest aficionado, and lover of Carmel.
Thank you for coming.
Peter Quintanilla, arborist and instructor of arboriculture here at MPC and Cabrillo College. And I've been in the area for about 25 years.
Maria Sutherland, Friends of Carmel Forest. I'm a native, and I've been with Friends of Carmel Forest since 2007.
Excuse me. Donna Jett, I'm a resident for 26 years. I serve on the Activities Commission for 9, and I am a resident.
Justin Ono, city forester. Born and raised on the Monterey Peninsula, second generation city forester. And I work with the trees.
Thank you, Justin. I'm Kelly Brzozowski. I'm on the Forest and Beach Commission. I've only been in Carmel a couple of years, but I grew up on the beaches of Coronado down south. Raising our family, we were in Carmel every summer, so this is the only beach that our children know, and we're delighted to now call Carmel home.
Jerry Montmorency, commissioner and native of Carmel.
Hans Buder, Forest and Beach Commission.
Sarah Burling, and I'm on the Forest and Beach Commission, and I grew up here. I came, what was it, Sunset, when I was in kindergarten and on past. This was the cafeteria.
Yeah, really. I'm Bill Taramina. I'm the guy that had the tree fall on his house and almost kill my wife. Thank God it didn't kill my wife. My family's been in the Monterey Peninsula for 85 years, starting with my grandfather, who was a commercial fisherman, and I'm proud to be on this commission. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Mickey. I'm on the Forest and Beach Commission and have been for the last 2 years. I've lived in the community for over 20 years and raised both of my sons here, both now CUSD and Carmel High School graduates, and very involved in the community and really happy to be here. Thank you.
Nikki Nedeff, I'm a consulting ecologist. My family's been on the Monterey Peninsula since 1955, and I grew up and still live in Carmel Valley, and I'm here to provide some ecological context. Thank you.
Thank you to the entire steering committee for being here, not just today, but also for tomorrow. It's a huge time investment to make this a priority for the discussion, so we're really pleased that everybody is here. Just so that everybody's on the same page about our meeting today and tomorrow and what we'll be doing, I'm just going to repeat what was sent out by email by the city on Friday so that we're all on the same page. So we appreciate the community's interest in our upcoming meetings. While there will be public comment period at both the beginning and the end of each of our sessions today and tomorrow, the primary focus is for the steering committee, all of us gathered here together, the city forester, and our local ecologist, consultant to the city, Nikki Netta, to discuss the draft document together. We're opening this process to the public to listen in, as transparency is important to our commission. We want to emphasize that there will be future meetings like those we've held recently and ones that we will hold again that will be designed specifically to engage in dialogue with residents about our plan as we anticipate additional revisions. For the 28th and 29th, that's today and tomorrow, we hope to provide space for our steering committee, city staff, and local experts to discuss the draft amongst ourselves in a public setting, as obviously we haven't had the opportunity to meet together like this since last year we're together as a group. So that's how we'll run our process today. So the order that we'll follow is first we'll open it to public comment. We'll receive all the public comment and then we'll bring it back in to our working session. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Do we have anybody that would like to make a public comment before we get started today? We'll have you. And just a reminder that our public comments are 3 minutes, 3-minute time limit. Thank you.
First, I want to applaud the commission for deciding to follow the California Environmental Quality Act for purposes of conducting the process. So I applaud you for identifying the initial study as the first step, essentially, in beginning the environmental review for the project. I am disheartened that your concept of public input is relegated to 15 minutes at the beginning of the session and 15 at the end, as opposed to thinking of the public input process as being a part of your development and thought about the existing draft plan. I also think that the existing draft plan is very good in providing concrete data. For example, the tree inventory and aspects of that nature regarding the existing plan. But when I was quickly reading through the draft, I was caught fairly early on in the draft by a statement that was represented by none other than Linda Smith. Carmel is the only community on the peninsula that made the Monterey Pine Forest the central element of its character. This fact is enshrined throughout our general plan, which reflects a century of tradition and decades of scientific work and citizen commitment. And to me, that helped to embody not only the spirit, but the technical objectives of a forest master plan. It also raised a question in my mind, why this undertaking of what appears to be a pretty big departure from the existing master plan with no very clear, straightforward explanation as to why, where the shortcomings, if any, of the current master plan are, and what substantive, substantial evidence you are relying upon or expecting to justify the departure that appears to have occurred or be reflected in the current draft plan. And I'm a little concerned that so much time, 2 days, 6-hour workshops piece, are being spent on pouring through this first draft master plan. And I'm just concerned that your investment of time and energy in trying to understand and discuss this current draft is going to wed you to this current draft and look at public comment and other input as in terms of, is it justifiable? Is it worthwhile to spend additional time, do additional research to go off into these other tangents or questions, as opposed to allowing all of that input to be an integrative part of your coming to develop a master forest plan to the extent that it must depart from the current one. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. I just like to make one comment, and we won't make this a regular part of all the public comments, but I would just like to say that when the forest master plan process was outlined last year, there was built in an opportunity for the steering committee to have a working session to be able to provide input to the city staff ahead of having public working sessions. So that's all we're trying to do here. We're not trying to exclude anybody's opinion. In fact, I think that the next session on the next draft, whatever that looks like after this, is the one where we'll have a roll up our sleeves working session with everybody in the public. This is simply intended to have our first opportunity for the steering committee to provide feedback in a public forum so that people can see that interaction. We wouldn't be allowed by the Brown Act to have a meeting as a group if it wasn't in a public session, right? So we're not trying to exclude anybody's input, and we appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Carol Hall, I appreciate the clarification there that we will be having more public comment in the future. That's good to hear. I echo everything that Arlene just said. I sent you, hopefully Nova sent you this morning, my comments that I had originally made a few weeks ago, and were very graciously and kindly responded to by Justin and Tom Ford. And I just wanted you all to see how they responded to my concerns, and I was very reassured by their responses. So I hope that you all take that in and reflect that in any decisions that you make about this new forest management plan. Thank you very much for all your time and energy in this regard.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ian Martin. I took a cruise through the draft document, didn't do a deep read, but I did find a number of instances where, although the general plan and its various elements are mentioned in passing in a number of places, it really doesn't appear to be integrated well into this draft document. And I would encourage this commission to go back and reread certain elements of the master plan, of the general plan, and more deeply weave them into your draft document. There are a couple of instances I'm going to provide with you now to illustrate my point. First of all, the term native as a native tree needs to be explicitly spelled out as to what is a native tree at Carmel-by-the-Sea. And on page 38 of the land use and community character element of the general plan, under goals and priorities, it says, establish landscaping standards to preserve the urban forest of Monterey pines, Monterey cypress, redwoods, and coast live oaks. So those are the 4 trees we're talking about in Carmel-by-the-Sea, according to the general plan, that are natives, those 4 trees, okay? Because, I mean, native plants, native trees can mean a lot of things to a lot of people, but there are 4 natives in Carmel-by-the-Sea, and those are those 4 species. The draft master plan on page 41 provides a summary of the coastal resource element, but it gets a few things wrong. It says that Monterey cypress is the dominant tree species in Carmel. Well, that's not right, of course. But if you go back and you actually read the coastal resource element, it says Monterey cypress trees are the dominant trees in the dune and coastal areas. That's a very important distinction because we all know that the Monterey pine is our hero here, right? Another important thing that I would encourage this commission to fold deeply into your draft document is the distinction between an urban forest and an urbanized forest. And again, the coastal resource element explicitly spells out what the definition is on page 5-6, and it says Carmel's forest is an urbanized Monterey pine forest rather than an urban forest. Urban forests are planted after development and typically consist of single species, regularly spaced trees planted in a row between the sidewalks and the street. An urbanized forest exists before development and is characterized by its diversity of species, age, and randomness in tree locations, resulting in meandering streets and varying widths of the streets. So that's a very important distinction. Is the forest was here before human beings, therefore we're dealing with urbanized forest. And one last point on page 5.6, that element, it said that the city 21 years ago was developing strains of disease-resistant Monterey pines. Well, we should continue that effort under David Lamarck's program, which Christy Ramers hosted here, and I think some of you were able to attend that. We should continue pursuing developing these disease-resistant Monterey pines, and I've got some copies of this handout here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian.
Just speaking a little bit more of what Ian just talked about, I hosted a meeting in July.
I'm sorry, do you mind introducing yourself?
Oh, sorry, Christy Ramers.
Okay, thank you.
I hosted a small meeting in July with David Millark from Archangel in Michigan. And he has a nonprofit that basically clones the oldest growth trees. His research has shown that the most pest-resistant and fire-resistant, disease-resistant trees are the ones that that are the oldest ones. And so that's what he has built his nonprofit around. And he's actually been here to Carmel and has about 750 saplings from our oldest trees ready to give to us. So I really hope that can be embraced in this new plan. I had read in the plan that there is a movement to have less disease, and if there's a disease running within oaks, for instance, then to replace it with another type of tree. But I think this is a stronger way to keep our forest intact. Thanks.
Do we have any, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Laughlin, and this is Bear. I get a little shy in groups, but I am a new person to the area in the last couple of years, and I come from Southern California. The one thing I'd like to just say is the reason why everyone loves to come here is because of the climate, the trees, and the beauty. And it would be a shame to see that destroyed or not upheld or preserved, because I come from areas that are overdeveloped. So that's my point. Thank you.
Do we have any other people that would like to make a public comment? Do we have anybody online that would like to comment? No? Pardon? Okay. With that, I think we'll close the public comment and move into the discussion for our meeting. I think one of the topics before we begin discussing our comments on the draft we were provided, one question I have, and something I'd like to hear from our experts, that would be Justin and Nikki and Peter, if you have comments also, is we have heard some public comment and feedback in the past two Forest and Beach Committee meetings related to, are we abandoning the old plan? Is this draft that we have now, is it workable? Is it something we feel comfortable with? Are the goals that, we're going to talk about the goals and the details that are in the new draft plan as part of our working session today. But I just wanted to elicit from the folks who are ecological and tree experts, how you feel overall about the administrative draft we've received, and whether or not you're comfortable proceeding with this as being a working document and plan for our city. And I'm deferring to, if anybody else wants to comment, they can, but I was specifically asking our ecological and tree experts to weigh in on this topic first. Justin? Okay, Peter, great.
Yeah. So, I've read through the old plan, the 2000 plan, and it's not very substantial. It doesn't cover very much. There's a lot of the appendix, which is useful, but some of that is outdated. But I think we shouldn't just disregard it, because there are some important things in that 2000 plan. Because we wouldn't want 20 years from now for someone to look at our plan and say, yeah, that was 20 years ago. Let's just start from scratch, all the trouble we're going to put in this plan. So I think as we're going through this plan, it's good to refer to that one and say, okay, we could use this from the 2000 plan. And then maybe other stuff like the tree species, it's obviously going to be changed. And then there's There's a lot more information on protecting trees during construction that should be in the new plan. And then how we're going to decide about species diversity, because in general, I would say more than 90% of urban, and I know I'm using the word urban forest, use the 10-20-30 rule. So you can have more diversity so that one insect or disease doesn't wipe out the majority of your trees. So I think we need to decide which way we're going to go on that. And then I think that the vision should be a little more substantial, and even a mission besides the vision, so that we can have something to work with. And then once we get those, then that could guide us through this plan.
But overall, do you feel like that if we go back into the old plan and pull some things forward, because I've looked at it too, and I think there are some things that would be noteworthy to bring in to the current plan, but do you feel comfortable working in this administrative draft as the basis for the updated plan for the city?
Sure. I think it was put together. I mean, we ought to look at it. I have a lot of questions about it, but we should have to one side our 2000 plan, and then work alongside it.
Nikki, let me go first. Sure.
Okay, I didn't realize I would be summarizing my thoughts today, but I will collect them sort of. I did a pretty deep dive into this forest management plan, and fundamentally, I think revising the old plan is a good idea. You need updated information. I think the data collection aspect of the new plan is awesome. Bringing you up to the 21st century is important, with a GIS database, with an assessment of trees. But this is not a plan for an urbanized forest, as Mr. Martin described. It's not a plan for Cupertino or for Seaside, or excuse me, it is a plan for Cupertino or Seaside or San Jose. It's not a plan for a community that was built into a forest, a native forest that is key to the character of Carmel. And that character is maintained in the old forest management plan, in your general plan, in your land use plan, coastal implementation plan, local coastal program, all these things certified by the Coastal Commission. So I think it's important to step back from the premise that 10% of the forest canopy should be the maximum amount of any one particular species, because that is not reflective of the natural vegetation that the community of Carmel was placed into and that characterizes Carmel. And that natural community is a Monterey pine forest, first and foremost. It does have a variety of different native trees, depending on the soil type and the degree of moisture, and whether there's a canyon nearby that conveys streams during the wet season. So I would prefer to see more of an ecological approach that reflects acknowledgement that the Monterey pine forest is what the primary natural community is all about in the city of Carmel. It doesn't mean that shouldn't necessarily be zones that are managed differently, like the core of the community, the commercial district. It's different there. There's not space to support Monterey pine forest habitat in the ecological context, but there are opportunities for planting understory species that combined create the ecological services that a natural forest habitat could provide for wildlife. And I didn't see that in this plan. There isn't that kind of an approach. Rather, there is the approach that we should only maintain canopy coverage of 10% of any one species. And I think that's the incorrect approach for this community. I liked seeing the mention of climate change, but I do want to point out to people that we really don't know what's going to happen as temperatures warm. We have an analogous situation between 4,000 and 8,000 years ago when the climate did warm. During the Holocene, there was a mega drought that dramatically changed vegetation throughout the country and throughout the world, actually. But Monterey pines persisted in this particular location. So to some degree, even though we know that through the course of climate change, the population has waxed and waned in response to changing temperatures and moisture regimes, we know that Monterey pines have persisted here on the Central Coast. They've always been patchy in nature. They've never been a contiguous forest along the coast, but they've always been in certain key locations. And the Monterey location is perhaps the most resilient, if you will. So that bodes well for maintaining Monterey pines as an important component of your vegetation here in the community. Things that I did not see in the plan that I would like to see are more mention of creating fire-wise areas, particularly adjacent to natural areas. However, something I also didn't see was the fact that whatever happens in the community, the 1 square mile of the community, is going to impact the adjacent natural areas. There was really no analysis of Mission Trail Nature Preserve. It was kind of, put off to the side. And whatever happens in the city is going to influence these natural areas and the network of protected areas that are outside the city boundaries, so that connectivity can be maintained of habitat types, so the wildlife corridors can be maintained. And I think that's an important thing to recognize, that what happens here in town is going to have much more far-reaching impacts than have even been mentioned. Del Monte Forest, Hatton Canyon, Point Lobos even. Something else that I think needs to be fleshed out, in much greater detail, and I hear that it has been at least initiated with an initial study, is a consistency analysis of whatever the forest management plan proposes, a consistency analysis with the general plan, and then all those various certified programs and plans that the Coastal Commission will weigh in on. And if the forest management plan is substantively changed, then the general plan has to be changed. Then the local coastal program has to be changed. The land use plan has to be changed. And the coastal implementation plan has to be changed, or at least amended in a substantive way that addresses the shift away from the maintenance of a Monterey pine forest habitat in its myriad kinds of expressions here in the community. So that's just a brief summary of my thoughts. I think there's much in the plan that is excellent. I really like the sections that delve into how much more work is needed and staffing and budgeting. But I also really appreciated the data-driven numbers and assessments. So mixed feelings about it. Thank you.
So Nikki, just a question though, are you comfortable, would you be comfortable with the city proceeding with revising the draft as presented to us? Or are you of the mind that we should throw this out and go back and redline the old plan? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Oh,
because
I see.
process-wise,
Yeah,
I mean, there's a
process.
lot of content we're going to discuss and debate about what should be the content, but
Yeah.
we've had some feedback that we should be just redlining the old plan and we should be throwing this away, right? So I'm just trying to understand, are you comfortable for the city proceeding with this draft and integrating the, pulling in things from the previous plan and getting to points of view about canopy cover, et cetera, within this construct?
That's a tough question, because I do want to acknowledge all the effort that's gone into the preparation of the 2024 draft. But the old plan actually is pretty solid. I could go either way in revising substantially this draft to include the historical context that is noted in the old plan. I don't think this new plan should dwell so much on community comments, if you will. I think those are important to acknowledge, but having them embedded is a distraction. I found that I was looking at the comments and not the substance of the text. I think it's really important to include stuff like that, perhaps as an appendix.
Yeah.
So should this plan be thrown out? No, I think it shouldn't, but I think it needs really substantial revision.
Okay, that's helpful. Justin?
So after reading all of this, I do think it does mention the Monterey Pine Forest. It's in there, I remember reading it, especially after all this public comment. So I read this, and then I went back and read the 2001 plan. Then I went back and read the 1981 plan. And really, the 1981 plan was based off the survey of the trees at the time, and Greg wrote this plan as a prescriptive plan. It read like a Hugh Smith plan with, this many trees of this many species, this many diameter, and this is what we're gonna do with them. This was a true forest management plan. The 2001 plan was more of a master plan with the GMP kind of things, like the policies, general policies. I feel like this new one is a mix of both, and it's the survey, it's the inventory, plus looking forward with policies that'll change and adapt. I think that because of that, I think this is a really good mix of both and a good basis to move forward with, especially that, like Thomas said, the tree inventory is the best thing we got out of this for sure. And whatever happens, that was worth the money, that was worth the time, because now we know what we have. Again, going back to here, to Greg D'Ambrosio, if we don't know what we have, we don't know how to manage it. And now that we know what we have, the conditions, the numbers, we know we can make a work plan going forward to proactively, to catch up and then proactively manage the forest. So I think we're in good track with enough data to build on if we need to revise, and if whatever revisions need to be, or if we need to add appendices from the 2001 plan, we can just tack them onto this.
I think if we look at this new forest management plan, we have to look at it almost like a report and recommendations. We're going to make the plan, and it has a very good information. I question some of it, but not to look at it as a plan, but a report and recommendations.
As a structure.
Yes.
I was just going to say, I was struck by the look of the plan, and it is so different from our general plan, from our LCP in its format. It's very complicated and inaccessible. That's how I found it. Really difficult to read, full of a lot of stuff that I couldn't really figure out what it was saying, but a lot of valuable information. I concur with Nikki completely in that regard. But I think the format of it ought to be, should have some harmony and congruence with our present general plan, so that maybe we can take elements out of this plan and put them in a format that sort of fits with the elements of our general plan. And because I can see what useful information there is, but like the narrative should probably be more like the narrative that's in, the introduction and the community character and the coastal resource elements of our present land use plan. But the one thing I could see us doing for our land use plan is adding the context of the native Monterey pine forest, because that isn't something that is really illuminated in our present plan. It's mentioned, but it isn't actually illuminated, and I could picture Nikki writing something about that. Just the context of the native Monterey pine forest. Because, the native Monterey pine forest is a world treasure. We hosted, Nikki and another Monterey Pine Forest member and I hosted a student, an older student. She has a 14-year-old son, but she's a student in South Australia. And she came to the Monterey Peninsula to see our native forest. And she's creating a virtual experience for the people in Australia who have never seen and might never see a native Monterey pine forest. And so she was with her, recording instruments and her cameras and et cetera, taking pictures of our forest. And I thought, almost these people value our forest more than we do. So I think, in a way, it would be really an opportunity for us to add to our land use plan in a really productive way, an educational way. And otherwise, I agree with Nikki. But I do agree that there's a lot of wonderful information in this that we couldn't have gotten had we not had it. Yeah.
So as it pertains to our working session today, the proposal I have for the group or that we can talk about is placing our focus on the implementation aspect of this document, which is pages 50 to 80, which is really the goals and priorities and the things that we'd like to see be a part of the plan. Justin, I think, created a printout, a summary of what's actually in the document. Right. But the reason, if people are willing to proceed with this draft, which it sounds like our ecological experts are willing to work with this draft. If we're willing to proceed with this draft, then maybe if we focus our time on the goals first and get through all of those across today and tomorrow, and then come back and talk about the front end part of this, the pieces in here where there's the quotes, like Nikki, to me, that was distracting. To me also, it's sort of, it looks like a PowerPoint pitch deck for something, right? So I think that we can come back, and there are aspects I think we're hearing, and I think I would agree that the description of Carmel and our history, that rich history that's in the previous plan, is absent in this plan, right? So I think in terms of providing the important context to what our community is trying to preserve is important. So before, I guess just as
I'd actually like to say something about
Yep, go ahead.
before we go further, because I don't think in the early days of Carmel, certainly Devendorf planted a lot of pine trees, and there was native pine as there is in PG, not PG so much as Pebble Beach and Jack's Peak and all. We have plenty of them, and they're important, and they were important to Carmel in the beginning. But not just those. When I was growing up here, and I came in 1943, the oaks were more plentiful, and they're still more plentiful, 4 times as many in what they counted. So I think there's too much of, and I think you're great, Nikki, but I think there's too much emphasis on the Monterey pine. It needs to be included as a part of our wonderful area. Views were important in the old days. And if you look at the early pictures of what Devendorf, well, first of all, the early pictures of Devendorf, you see a lot of tall pines because they grow fast, and they were, they put them downtown. We all have seen pictures of that. But the early houses that were built toward the beach had trees behind them and no trees in front because views were important. And when I came as a kid living on Santa Rita, just a little above Forest Theater, we had a good view of the ocean. The more and more trees we plant in this upper canopy, I was interested to see their definition of canopy as opposed to upper canopy. But the more upper canopy we have, we're choosing to take away views of our absolutely most beautiful bay, one of the most beautiful ones, certainly in the United States, if not the world. And I think we've got it askewed a bit. We can have the Monterey pines and have them be important. We can have the oak, which are native also, as the cypress. But we need to balance it out, and views also, I think.
Yes, I totally agree. And that oak dominance is actually reflected in the data, where 40+% of the canopy is coast live oak. And that is key to a Monterey pine forest habitat, is having that oak component. What I see in this current 2024 draft is that the emphasis is on trees, not a forest habitat. And I think that's a fundamental construct. But I totally agree. Oaks are really important. Yeah.
And is that is a process for, by way of going through our discussion today, is it okay if we go through the implementation area, like the goals and priorities, to guide our discussion by that, as opposed to starting on page 1 and trying to go sequentially through the document?
Yeah.
Does that work for everybody?
I don't know about going to the implementation first, because.
Well, the goals, reviewing.
Okay, the goals, yeah, because
yeah.
Just one of the principles in urban forestry is, what do you have, what do you want, and then how do you get what you want?
Right.
And we can't start at how do we get what we want if we don't know what we have or what we want. So I don't mind talking about the goals, but the sustainability indicators are very important because it tells us how our forest is. That's summarized in page 43, but the index has more details on trees and the management of the city, of the forest.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess Justin printed this out. He gave us 2 documents. One of them was the original, was the goals from the last plan, and one was the goals from that are being proposed as part of the current plan. We have 12 goals that were within the current plan. And at the risk of not starting with the first one, I guess a question I have for the group is, we're hearing comments about canopy. I'm wondering if we should start with what's on Justin's page of goal number 7, which is the canopy, which is promoting the preservation and the canopy goals, and talking about our canopy and the goals that we have within preserving our forest and canopy.
I just want to just say something about the number of Monterey pines. When I was growing up here, the whole area that I lived in was native Monterey pine forest. That's Lincoln Street between 4th and 5th. That whole canyon, there were no houses. It was all, we kids were always playing in the Monterey pine forest. And actually, if you look at the old records of the number of trees that were in Carmel, say, even 20 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, the Monterey pines were closer to 40%. They just have declined dramatically over time because they've been removed and not replaced. You don't see a lot of young pines coming up because they haven't really been replaced. I think that's why we have so few now. And also oaks have taken over. On my property, it used to be all pines. In 1903, when my grandmother bought it, it was all pines with little oak saplings. Now the pines have come down, or we had to have them removed, and now it's all oaks. So there's a succession that has taken place, definitely. Although there are areas nearby where there's plenty of room for pines, but my property isn't one of them now.
But that's not a natural.
Pardon?
You're saying that's not a natural progression, is what you're saying.
I don't know if that's a natural progression. The oaks were saplings when my grandmother bought the property in 1903. All tall pines, and pines of varying ages actually on the property. And one by one, they either came down, one when I was a little girl, nearly missed the house.
So,
but we had an attitude toward our pines in those days where we loved them no matter if they fell or not. You know, we didn't get antagonistic toward them if they fell, because we knew we lived in a forest, and, you know.
So, but essentially you think the oaks will take over when the
oaks would
pines.
take over after the pines
Yeah, when the
are
pines are
gone.
gone, the oaks
Yeah.
are going to come up.
Right.
But if you didn't purposely replant or let those saplings that were already going to be coming up,
Right,
because the oaks weren't there,
right,
they were probably this high,
yeah,
and you
They didn't get
either
enough
didn't
light.
mother them or they disappeared.
yes,
Um,
right.
So,
And a lot of what's happening in Carmel is also invasive, non-native trees, or not trees, but grasses, like the Erharta grass is taking over all the empty space underneath pines, so the little seedlings can't establish themselves. And that's a reason I think we don't have natural regeneration, part of it at any rate. What do you think, Nick?
Well, I think part of the natural regeneration process is everybody's favorite word, wildland fire, which is not feasible in a community like Carmel.
Right.
Monterey pines are what are considered closed cone pines or serotinous pines, meaning their cones respond to heat and only open with heat. Hot days or fire. And although we don't really think of the coast as being fire prone, the incidence of lightning is documented. I mean, we know there are lightning strikes that happen right along the coast. And to complicate matters, we don't have a handle on what indigenous burning was like. And there was intentional burning of Monterey pine forest habitat by the Native Americans. And we don't know how that changed the evolution of the pine forest's response to fire. Did it accelerate it or what? It's very difficult to tease out, but disturbance of one sort or another is very important for the regeneration of Monterey pines.
Right. Although they will come up in empty gaps or underneath, like in Del Monte Forest, there's quite a lot of natural regeneration.
Could you pull your mic a little closer to you?
In Del Monte Forest, there's quite a bit of natural regeneration
Yes.
in the areas of forest where the trees are shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they often occupy light gaps or places where a tree has fallen and created bare mineral soil.
Yeah.
But there are pulses of pine regeneration that we just don't really understand, even in areas with pretty dense needle duff. So those pulses, we don't know yet what that's a reflection of.
Right.
Chair, I know you're trying to move the conversation along here, but I just, while we're on the topic, one thing that I would have liked, just from like a table setting standpoint on this, would have been a little bit more of a history of the forest in Carmel, not just, certainly the extended history, but also, what areas were planted, right? And because you hear sort of anecdotally, but I'd love something a little bit more authoritative. I was talking to Greg D'Ambrosio recently, and he was talking about specific areas of town where there was more planting, where historically there had been certain types of trees, and that's, to me, felt like an important foundational piece of factual understanding for me if I was going to sort of have a jumping off point.
Some of that history is in the previous two plans. And I think that is part of the gap that I think we're hearing from some of our public and constituents about that piece being sort of missing. And I think, Nikki, you put it really well when you said, there is a template here that gets followed. And so, places like Cupertino or even Seaside, they don't have a rich history in the same way that Carmel has. And so I think, focusing on the goals for our working session and then going back and figuring out how do we pull that history in from some of the previous documents could be useful. The reason I was suggesting that maybe we talk about canopy a little bit to begin, because that's an important goal and objective, is to have a canopy objective. And then how do people feel about how we, what our guidance is around supporting that canopy objective? Because clearly there's, what we saw in the tree inventory is that Carmel does have a very specific profile of concentration of certain types of trees. I think we had 3 or 4, right? Like if you look at the report, and that isn't what necessarily, I remember the very first community workshop we had with Davy where they said, you need a breadth of biodiversity of tree types if you want to have a sustainable urban forest, right? So I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying those are the 2 points of view that and so I think that having some discussion among this group around the canopy objective and what guidance would we like to see incorporated into the document regarding the tree profile, the character of that tree profile.
There is a view when you walk out onto Mission Street. You just walk down the street a little ways, and you'll see Carmel's skyline. And it's all Monterey pines, and that's what it always was. In the old days it was, my dad was a forest pathologist and a lover of Carmel's forest, and he fought for it in the 50s, as he used to say, it is the view in Carmel, the view of the ocean through the trees. I mean, yes, there were gaps, as Sarah says, areas where there were fewer trees, but there were areas where they were more concentrated, like in my area and the 80-acre tract. But down by the ocean, there were not many trees. That's true, historically. It was mostly chaparral, scattered pines, oaks, that sort of thing, down to the point, which was really devoid of trees, pretty much. So, yeah, I think that the upper part of Carmel is where the trees were historically, Forest Theater, the 80-acre tract. Maybe that gives us some guidance, but if you just a visual look, just to see what the canopy looks like, and it's so beautiful. I mean, it is just Carmel, that's we Carmelites, old Carmelites know that that's the Carmel skyline when we see it. It's beautiful.
Is it helpful to have objective, quantitative objectives for percent tree types and where they're placed? For example, on the Monterey Pines, we have an older forest, right? I think some of the reason, if you said those trees were there in 1903, I'm not surprised they're not there today, right?
Right.
We learned that these trees have a life cycle of 80 to 85 years, right?
Right, that's right.
So the question is, I guess, really, we have a lot of old Monterey pines, so do we want to, in this plan, set some guidance and objectives around what we want the character of our forests to be like over the next 20 years, and where we need to either invest in more of a tree type or less of a tree type? Where would the appropriate areas for those be, right? For example, geographically within, we put groves of Monterey pines and Mission Trail Nature Preserve. I don't know. I'm just saying. I open this up to the group. We should probably have everybody jump in and comment.
Kind of referenced as not in the plan per se. That should be developed a formalized planting plan. It was a recommendation basically to do that. So yes, we should do that.
I was going to comment. I think we have the goals here. Why not go through them? We've discussed many times that we like trees. That's not up for, and the history of the trees. We've read all the books. We have experts here. So let's move on and do something and at least start with the objectives. We know how many trees we have. That's been documented. So what do we want to do about the trees we have? And not discuss what we used to have, but looking what we have now and move forward. So we're not here tomorrow talking about how much we like trees.
Yeah.
Let's move on to doing something. And start at the beginning. The staff's gone through this work, and go through it. And if we don't want to talk about one of these items, we put it on hold and give it all at least a shout out to acknowledge this is a goal and a beginning of a plan. This is, and what we did 20 years ago was good, but they didn't have the knowledge we have.
Yeah.
They didn't have what we have. And 80 years ago was good, but now we have knowledge and experts who know. So I say, let's start at the beginning and move on.
Cool. Sounds good. Everybody good? Okay. So if we start with the first goal, I'll try and track everybody to the document as well as the, in the document we received, it was page 54, where we had the 4 overarching priorities. And those then got translated into the goals that Justin printed out for us.
Oh, yeah.
So the first one is on page 55. And that's this is under the focus area of proactively and efficiently managing our public trees. So this is the first focus area.
Just point of information, if you go back to 54, there is a minimum tree canopy suggestion. And I'd like to revisit that, if that's okay.
On what page?
54.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
it says a minimum of 30%, or excuse me,
35.
35, yeah, they're different glasses, 35% canopy cover. And there was a repeated mention in the report about potential canopy, and I didn't really understand that.
So the potential basically was when they did the aerial photos and the canopy assessment through LiDAR, or I think it was
Yeah, I
actually
don't think they
satellite.
use LiDAR.
No, satellite imagery. Potential planting places are places where a tree could possibly go. So really, not all of them are going to be feasible because some of the bare patches of dirt we have in town are,
Too small.
really either too small or they're real parking spots. So that a tree's not going to survive there. You're going to plant it and then it's either going to get run over or it's going to magically disappear or magically die, as happens in the town. So stumps are one of the things, bare planting areas, bare dirt, but obviously not all truly feasible. But that was where they came from, like totally from, 50,000 feet. Just this is what we see from the satellite. This is a tree could possibly live there, so it's the potential to support a tree.
That was really controversial when this was presented at the community workshop. It's like they come up with a theoretical, what could be your maximum if every single bare area was planted with a tree? And that was not well received because it was, taking away the streets, the parking spaces. So it's kind of a theoretical but not practical calculation that they do. That was one of the things actually. The reason I wanted us to focus on the goals and come back to the whole front end of the document and some of that reporting, because there is in there, it says potential for 48% in the document, which is really not practical, I think, to rather than nitpick all those things. If we have time tomorrow afternoon, we can do that.
Yeah.
But I think the canopy goal of 35% is what we have now, and that was, I think, Davies.
30. We have 36.
Yeah.
So it was kind
Yeah.
of taking into account the public sentiment of we like our trees, but some people, saying we have enough trees, we don't want more trees, but we don't want less trees. So it's keeping in line that, and as older trees die, keeping a percentage sounds great in theory, but when a 28 diameter tree pine dies, it's not going to be 3 little pines to replace that canopy. So really, how do you function? And really to do that, you need to be consistently planting and creating your uneven aged and your tiers of age groups to really keep that functional and new trees growing.
Yeah, thanks. That helps me understand that metric of a minimum of 35%.
The idea, I think, was that we maintain the current canopy. In other words, that we
Yes.
don't allow the canopy to be reduced.
Got it.
Right? But that we're not trying to increase the canopy significantly either. And that was, I think, as compared to other jurisdictions,
Yeah.
I think we had a
We have some-
nice canopy.
significantly the most on the peninsula, which is really good. And what I thought was the best thing, what that I saw was that we were even with Palo Alto at 36%, and such a place that values their trees so much. I thought that was really impressive.
Cool. Maintain, that's
Yeah,
good.
maintain the
A
current,
minimum.
maintain
Okay.
our canopy.
Got it.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Okay, so then moving on, if you're in the document, it's page 55. It's also goal number 1 on the sheet that Justin printed out for us. So there were 4 focus areas of the goals wrap up under 4 different focus areas. And the first focus area that we're dealing with is proactively and efficiently managing our public trees. So these are trees planted in an urban environment require proactive management to reduce risks from failures. The goal aims to end the cycle of reactive and emergency maintenance of public trees. Priorities for this goal include providing stable and consistent funding to align staffing levels with the current division needs, developing a risk management plan, and growing a sustainable public tree resource. So this is, the goals that we'll be discussing first relate all to the proactively and efficiently managing our public trees. And there were several goals under this focus area. So the first goal is having a resilient public tree resource. Justin, did you want to take a second to summarize this, and then we can see if people had, came into the meeting with any feedback on this particular goal?
Yeah, so this is just kind of really making sure that our trees that we have now and the resilient public tree resource really, we want our trees to be sustainable and to be healthy as you know, what we have to protect the existing canopy. So the 2 objectives under this goal, maintain and periodically update the recommended tree species list. You know, what's working, what's not. And again, the tree species list is not part of this plan. It is separate. And the old one does need to be updated. It has eucalyptus, acacia, Brazilian pepper, sweet gum, which are not good trees. They're kind of flavor of the month. There are a lot of liquid ambers downtown, and they're kind of causing havoc, and they are big and stately and provide canopy, but they will need to be phased out. They're doing a lot of property damage, sidewalk damage, and, you know, replaced with something more suited for a downtown area and more native.
So why isn't it part of this plan? Why isn't the species recommended?
Oh, because it's separate. It's not,
Yeah, I know, but it's usually in a plan.
it was an appendices before, so it's not,
It'll be an appendix to this
Yeah.
plan.
Oh.
yeah.
It will be an
And it'll
appendix.
be its own thing we work through later, not part of this.
We, and who's we?
Us,
Oh, as a group?
yeah,
Okay.
or whoever. It's just not, it was not received well, so it
Yeah.
got put on the shelf. And I want to say this, all the complaints about Southern California trees, we really love the Catalina ironwood, which is a Southern California tree.
It is a nice tree.
But anyways, the other objective is to support an ideal age distribution in the public tree resources. So again, creating a long-term planting plan, which offsets the removals that we have to undertake for safety and health. And we're just trying to keep our trees alive, which has been the problem, is we get directives to plant, and it's hard to keep them alive. It's hard to water the new trees when we have 40, 50 trees that are planted in a month, and it's a lot for staff to undertake.
Excuse me. Well, should we, why are we planting trees that we can't take care of, right? Like, I think that's something that we're in this plan that we should be addressing. So I guess if we just if we go to the,
May I just ask Justin a quick question? Because in the old forest management plan, there's a really marvelous document by Dr. Deborah Rogers, who is a conservation geneticist, right?
Mhm.
She's an expert on this, and she gave us guidance as to how to manage the genetic resource of our Monterey pines. And you and I have talked about this. Somehow we need to save the genetic material that we're losing in these old pines that are being taken down. I wonder about the establishment of a seed bank.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great idea. I've been growing seedlings at our public works yard. I've got
Good.
pines and a lot of cypresses and oak
If you want
trees.
me to take care of some, I'd be happy.
I might take you up on that because I've got about 12 pines right now, and I'm trying to grow more, and we're trying to create a seed bank.
Good, cool.
Okay, well, what's the question? How can we better take care of the ones we're planting? Are the ones that don't need as much care, are we planting too many that we can't care for?
Sorry, I'm confused by
Yeah, what
which
are
objective
how are we gonna,
goal number one.
how are we gonna
which
go through this?
sub-objective are we talking about?
1.1 and 1.2. So if you're on page 50.
I'm on 55.
If you're on 55,
Yeah.
so look at the 1.1 is maintain and periodically update the recommended species list.
So do we want to pick one of those and?
Yeah, I think we
That's
should
what
go
we're-
over
yeah.
what we're talking about. I was kind of getting
Yeah,
lost, so.
let's just go one by one, Justin. I think
Okay, do
that's
you want me
gonna
to
be
just
easier.
read everything?
I don't think you need to read it
Okay.
because we asked everybody to
Yeah.
read it before they came. But I think regarding the recommended species list, there's, there will be a species list that is an appendix that's attached to this plan, like there was the last time. But as it pertains to the development of that species list, right now it says, are there any actions, are there any revisions that anybody has based on what's here? For example, the character of our, the profile of the Carmel forest in terms of character, where we have a few trees that represent a disproportionate fair share of the tree styles, is that something that should be included here?
I think so, and I think one of the bulleted items under actions should be to emphasize native species.
Okay, yeah.
You know, I think incorporate, and just as a informational point, is the recommended tree species for city-owned property, or does it apply to private property as well?
It's all of the above.
Should be both.
So really how it functions now is when someone has to replace a tree, they're given the recommended tree species list, and they have to choose off of that.
Got it. Okay, I think that the recommended tree species list should emphasize species that are native to this area first and foremost, and then to appropriate habitats that would be representative of California.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and that's
Yeah.
why it does need to be updated, because there are a lot of stuff that we
isn't
don't want to
good.
encourage.
Yeah. Cool.
And definitely
Thank you.
more native or near natives that would function really well here and not take over could be on there. And Peter
Yeah.
has marked up the list, and we have his notes.
Good.
Are we going to keep the upper and lower canopy? Because I think that's important.
That's another part of here.
That's a discussion point
That's a whole
for this
other
item.
thing in here. That's,
So it does call for definitions of upper and lower canopy trees. And so that was one of the recommendations, I believe, by the the folks who put this together, was that we consider removing those because they're not used,
Nobody uses them,
nobody uses
Yeah.
them.
but they're important here.
Yeah. Maybe not in Peoria, but they are here. Yeah.
So it's,
do you want to go down one by one and give our
no,
thoughts, or how do you want to do
I
it?
think we should assume that people have.
I know, but I
read.
mean, how do we facilitate?
Yeah, I think we should ask if everybody's looking, can everybody see the full document? Does everybody have this able to see, or just the page that Justin? Because if everybody has the full document, we can just provide comments there. But I think by way of example, Nikki, that was the exact kind of edit I think that is going to be really useful for the city staff when they go through the next revision, which is right now, native trees are not bulleted here
Right.
as being a priority, right? So that's something that
Right.
needs to be, that is a suggestion to be incorporated.
Thanks.
Is there anything else regarding the actions that people would have concerns about, or anything that they would like to see revised? Maria?
I would suggest really putting an emphasis on the watering of new trees. Very often, they're not watered and they pass away. They definitely, that needs to be a priority. I think since I've known, it's been one of the last things that happens in public works, and oftentimes people will be pulled off for something else. It's like at the end of the week, we'll water trees, but it's actually one of the most, a functional job.
So I think we'll get to that in 1.3.
Okay.
We're at 1.1 right now.
Oh, so sorry.
That'll come up in 1.3. But I
Okay.
do have a question, which is, should the, maybe the tree species list already has indicators of whether it's a tree that requires lots of water or little water, or is there anything like that in the tree species list that would be helpful for people as they look at that list? Like requirements of
Ecological
our
requirements.
ecological requirements
Yeah.
to make it a healthy, so and I mean, the city can do this for themselves, but I'm thinking if you're a resident and you're gonna plant a tree, all things being equal, do you want an easy tree or a higher maintenance tree? Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and of course, the adage that right tree for the right place, because it does depend on soil and aspect, whether there's shade, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think water requirements is important.
The current one doesn't, it has a few little snippets like
Yeah.
under Catalina Ironwood needs excellent drainage, things like that. The modified new one, which we could at least use as a groundwork, it doesn't have the poetic descriptions, but it is more.
It looks like, kind of like a spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's a spreadsheet with water requirements, space requirements, stuff like that. And so I think that is really important to see, high water use, which we should discourage, versus, drought tolerant or things that can, survive with less water and more heat.
So is it possible to have a bullet point here, though, in this section where our tree species list would describe
The
the
disease.
needs, like is it a
Yeah.
high disease? Because I think those are the things, that would help better
Yeah.
ensure right tree in the right place.
Yes, water requirements, mature height, because, if you're planting and you have power line running in front of your house, don't get too attached to it if it's gonna grow 50 feet tall. But, disease, all those things, I think that is what the new one had, and, we can I think we can sort through that, and we can add some descriptions or pictures would be nice too. I think that was a comment in one of the public comment, or the survey was, could the tree species list have pictures or links or something? And I think that, at least the disease, the water requirements and the space requirements, because now, in the last year since I've been here, we've already dealt with 3 trees at Forest and Beach that have been growing into houses. And these are very old Monterey pines, but I think that if you plant a redwood tree 6 feet from your house, you're going to be
In trouble.
in a bad situation in about 15 years. So I think we need to not only talk about water and disease, but also about space, light requirements, shade requirements.
The fire chief, Monterey Fire Chief had said that grown trees shouldn't be any closer than 5 feet from your house, which obviously means planting.
And that's a whole nother issue, which again, I think I was in the bathroom when I heard Nikki talking about it. Fire is actually under another plan, the CWPP, which is, I think it links to this, but or alludes to it, but it doesn't necessarily lay that out, because the fire department and Dudek did a really, really fantastic job on that report, and that is really what lays it out. But I mean, and things are always changing. That's why things need to be updated. There are going to be huge ramifications in terms of landscaping when the new laws go into effect with landscaping, no combustible materials within 5 feet of your house, and no wooden gates touching your house. I mean, it's gonna be, I've been having a lot of discussions with planning about it, that it's gonna be.
My question is about the water. Does the city of Carmel have unlimited water access all the time, even during a drought? Do they, I mean, if there's a drought and they ask you to do this and that in your home, do they have enough water always to water everything? Unlimited access?
I don't think the term unlimited water's a possibility, but we do have a tank, a storage tank down at Del Mar where we access our water, and we can pull as much water as is in there. And that's fed from the underground streams in town and the water coming down through the hill.
Water's coming up water's coming up in just a second.
There's enough
Yeah.
water to.
Yeah,
We're on 1.1.
We're on 1.1. We're still on updating the recommended tree species list. So before we leave that topic, this just said to define upper and lower canopy designations in the tree species list. So there's been a question about the live oak should be an upper canopy tree. So are you going to define that by height? What are we do? I think you said previously, Justin, that like anything above 40 feet was upper canopy?
The traditional definition is 40 feet.
Yeah.
But
Lots of oaks.
functionally,
An old live oak can be.
Functionally, if you
78.
look, the upper canopy is defined by pines, and the oaks are in the lower canopy of the pines.
Because they grow slower. Yeah.
But there's still an upper canopy tree. I think this is going to be a really important point of discussion, because as we think about on private property specifically, and the request that we've had to reduce the number of trees per 4,000 square foot lot, if an oak is not classified as an upper canopy tree, and there's a requirement for an upper canopy tree, that becomes problematic.
Yeah, I think the
So
scale.
I thought the oak should be, the oak is an upper canopy tree.
Sarah Davis wanted us to go large, medium, and small. She felt that the oaks are part of the large trees, and that was her suggestion before she left.
Yeah, if you look at the landscape, it's pretty obvious that the pines and some cypresses are, 60 to 100 feet tall, and then the oaks are,
30 to 40.
30, 40. But again, at human scale, an oak can be an upper canopy, if that's all you have.
Then maybe we should just say canopy trees rather than upper canopy, because certainly the oaks are, you'd have to say, I don't know if I'd say favored, but they're by far the most frequent.
And I think that's, why we're here, is because when we go through this plan and this workshop, we will have to amend city documents, and if we, all decide that we should have large trees, small trees, or just canopy coverage, if we're already here, 1.1, what do you think about the upper and lower canopy designations?
Me?
Everybody.
Well, our land use plan is pretty distinct about it. That the upper canopy pines and the lower canopy oaks give us our character.
Well, they are upper canopy and lower canopy trees, but
I know.
are they referred to as thus in terms of site coverage and site density? That's what we're talking about. I mean, you can't just, you can't argue that they're not, but I'm saying functionally in terms of management and process.
I wonder what that would portend for if you were to count oaks as upper canopy, what would that portend for the forest of the future?
One question I had on this was, I'm interested in sort of like what level of abstraction, or prescription we want to get into here, but we talked about kind of like the 4 big native trees. Should we have some goals for the percentages of those, but either based on the history or the ecology or what people want or whatever, and then maybe somehow that would inform what happens on a given lot, the designations we have for canopy, upper canopy, lower canopy, et cetera.
So I think the second focus area, if you go back to the page 54, the second focus area is the canopy. And so if you look at that, a minimum of 35% canopy cover, which we were talking about.
Yeah.
To me, that actually should be the first focus area because everything stems from that. That's why I was kind of starting with goal 7 to get into that canopy.
I guess my thing was just a
But if we-
little bit different, because instead of a sort of a, with, you know, there's one piece where it's just what percentage canopy cover you have.
No, that's where the trees get specified too. That, like how we achieve that canopy should be in there also.
So on this one, you literally just want to talk about like which trees are acceptable versus not acceptable. Okay.
But I think, but it comes back into the canopy, it comes back into the
No,
strategic
that's-
discussion about canopy.
That's fine, we should hold it if it goes on a different one.
Do you see what
Yeah.
do you see what I'm saying? But I think that what I would say though is that I think how we define upper and lower becomes, as a practical matter, becomes very important because, for example, allow an oak tree, if can grow over 40 feet tall, you know, is certainly should be considered a large or upper canopy tree on private property, right? So I think we have to be very careful that how we construct that. Maybe what that means for the city is that we focus on city trees where appropriate, that we put the tallest of the upper canopies as a priority in the city trees so that we don't get an imbalance of what might be happening in residential areas. It just,
Yeah, I like that, but I also like what Sarah mentioned, Sarah Davis, was that her name?
yeah, large, medium, and
Yeah, the large, medium, and small, because even something like a willow, and there are many species of willows, some are really small and some could be medium.
And how about acacia?
Yeah, same, yeah, so.
Are they native?
Acacias? No, to Australia.
Maybe we consider that.
Yeah, I'd like that. Yeah.
Well, the nice
So,
thing about having
Sarah-
the upper canopy is that we have layers of canopy.
Yeah.
Right now, we have, a Monterey pine canopy, and then lower down, a live oak canopy, and then even smaller trees. What I didn't like about the survey was that it flattened everything down to 2 dimensions. And it made everything two-dimensional. The canopies are very multidimensional, and then there's canopies on top of canopies, but you don't get that in the canopy cover. So we even have probably more canopy cover than what the survey said, but I don't want to go into that. But I think we should keep upper and lower canopy, and if we want, add even a smaller canopy. But if we make oaks upper canopy, then people are going to want to plant more oaks and not pines because they don't want a big tree. And a lot of people are scared right now with big trees.
but I would say, is it a problem if in residential neighborhoods, people are planting oaks and we have the city planting a disproportionately higher percent of tallest trees, putting the pines in places where they can be in the pods that we've heard described, the connectivity of pods where we've heard those can be important, right? So maybe this has implications for strategically how we think about supporting the canopy, which is, because I think it's not practical, I think, to think that people are gonna be able to plant 2 Monterey pines per lot, where in today's residential environments, right? So maybe what we have is the oak becomes the large tree that we see in more residential areas, but we still maintain the redwoods and the pines through all of the city plantings that complement our
Sure, but it's
village.
going to change
That'll change the character of the
character.
city, though.
Yeah, because you'll just have pines
60% of it's residential.
on the streets, and then in private property, you'll just have mostly oaks.
You have to have, if you want to conform it to the urbanized forest definition, what you do on the private properties, of which there's how many thousand lots, they have to do the same thing that the city does in its right-of-ways, where it's appropriate that you can plant a high canopy pine, or maybe an oak. Now, the canopy will change the oak tree when you plant it. If you plant one that's 12 feet high, you might have to wait 60, 70 years for it to get to any canopy. With a pine tree, in 40 years, it's already up at 45, 50, 60 feet in half the time of an oak. Correct me if I'm wrong, the soil, the water, everything else being equal.
Yeah,
They grow way faster.
Yeah, they grow way faster, so I think you
I'm
kind of
not
have to.
saying, I'm not saying we take them off on the private property, I'm just saying that we do have people asking us to have the option for an oak to be considered a large or upper canopy tree when they have replacement requirements.
Yeah, I know.
Remember that it's only a recommended thing, and people
Right.
still have the rights to do
Yeah,
what they
we-
want, and up to a point.
Yeah.
And, the other thing, and this may come in a later one, but with houses going up to the 1,650 feet that they can be, whereas they used to be 1,100 and 1,200, there isn't the room for trees that there used to be. Or else you put them against the fence, and then you and your neighbors can complain about
Share the bounty of the needles,
the bounty.
which is, I think, is a great plan.
I would agree with what you're saying, Kelly. I think it should be in the upper canopy, and people have a choice. But I think that depending on what they currently have on their lot, if they're looking in, we need to have them add a new tree, to have that as an option, I think is a good option as an upper canopy.
And I think that in terms of the tree density, that's beyond what we can even deal with here, because my current crusade is I'm working with the building department because trees are disappearing. Again, these tree densities were mostly planned out with much smaller trees in mind, or much smaller buildings. Once 2015 and, the emphasis, the water that was released, the bigger buildings, the emphasis on basements, the cutting, the just excavation, just building has changed here. And to take into account property values were always really high. This is a very desirable location, but I don't know if they were astronomical as they are now, where it's just, there's so many layers on, can a 4,000 square foot lot truly fit 3 Monterey pines on it with a 1,600 square foot house with a basement and an ADU, because that's a California law as well. And then,
Well, maybe if you turned it around and said, we have these trees, now you try to fit your house in these trees.
well, and that's where the process goes. And I'm working with the planners to see how we can try to start it at the beginning, instead of people just trying to maximize their square footage, because it's just getting crazy with how
Yeah,
many.
because people move here because they love the trees, but they want to remove the trees once they get here in their lot.
Yeah.
Because they want to see trees, but they don't want to support them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And, I mean,
that's exactly what's happening.
a lot of people do want trees, but,
They
I
all
like.
want trees.
But, and
they all
it's,
want
again,
trees,
it goes back to that.
They want to see them, but they don't
This
want to
is-
maintain them.
This is one thing, and then this doesn't change the code. This doesn't change the fact that the only thing we can charge is $500 per tree and the valuation. This doesn't change that, 4 mature Monterey pines go down, and all it would equate to is a building fee tax of maybe $100,000 for a $5 million home. That's way, that's beyond.
That's separate. Let's come back, let's bring it back to the topic, though, of specifically, because this is the place in the plan where we will provide guidance on whether we keep upper and lower, or whether Sarah, the previous forester, had suggested large, medium, and small. She said there's no other place that uses upper and lower canopy. Now, that isn't a reason for us not to do it, if there's something unique to Carmel that should be maintained. It's just that I guess this is one maybe to defer to our tree experts on, if there's an opportunity to have consensus on either upper or lower, or large, medium, and small. In all cases, it seems like the height of the tree should play a factor, and that at least I feel like it would be helpful if an oak could be considered in the large or upper category as an option for people, to at least get people to aim to have a larger tree on their property, as opposed to just skipping it entirely.
Seems logical to me also, actually.
But I think this is where the language needs to be, I don't know if you as experts have opinions. Yeah.
I would say going with this small, medium, large might make more sense. But definitely, if you put the oaks in the upper canopy section, you're gonna lose the pines.
Well, I'm not sure there, we have so much city property intermixed within all of our neighborhoods. If you think about the parks, if you think about the large public right-of-ways, I think what it does is, in a way, this is exactly what a plan can do, right? If we anticipate that we're gonna see, we may be in a position where we're gonna see fewer pines on every property, then what it says is the city maybe really needs to make it a priority, just like the trees that you're growing, right? To where do we start strategically finding places where these trees can thrive and they can continue to be a part of our community?
Yeah,
Right?
what if we didn't do, so people's property is not an island, they live in a community?
Yeah.
And maybe if we said, this whole block has to have a certain percentage of upper canopy
I
Monterey
was going to
pines.
say the same thing.
And so each block is gonna change over time. And at this point, you know, we need more pines here, so unfortunately, you have to find a pine.
You can't do that.
Well, no, my point was just, you know, you talk about a specific lot in isolation, but you have this public right-of-way that rings, like my house is on a corner, right? And so, like, my lot, for example, doesn't have a bunch of trees on it, hasn't been renovated in a long time, but the public right-of-way, you know, does have trees. And so you have these situations where just because a tree happens to be 2 feet in the public right-of-way as opposed to on your lot, functionally, right, it's you're still having a tree right next to your house. And so I wonder if there's some way that we could, sort of to Peter's point, kind of think outside just the lot line for a little bit on that. And he's even talking about like at the, you know, at the block level, which I think is interesting, you know, as a concept.
And I think strategically, in some ways, if we anticipate, like if you see people either take them down when they shouldn't, or they have a permit to take them down, right? Similarly, we're on a corner. We have 4 Monterey pines in the public right-of-way. We have 2 on our property. But the 4 that are in the public right-of-way are all mature, older pines. You know, those, why shouldn't those be, when they've reached the end of their life, why shouldn't they be pines again? Do you see what I'm saying? So I think that if we think about how much property exists in the city of Carmel, I think the estimate, the inventory was only the city trees, the inventory. And I think when we spoke, your guesstimate was that we likely have an equal number of private trees. Is that about fair? That's about fair. So maybe that should inform how we think about the public trees. Perhaps we should be disproportionately favoring the trees that we know have been part of our, where they make sense to plant, that we try and place an emphasis on that.
I would say,
And Justin,
sorry.
that adds to the idea that people shouldn't plant in this city property until they've talked to you, because, you know, and even the Friends of the Forest, I'm sorry, but they need to settle with you also.
We usually talk to Justin before we plant, but because we are boots on the ground planting in the public right-of-way, I can tell you about how much pushback you get from individuals. It's not like something like, you know, Mission Trail or another private park or a city park. It's not going to be an easy plant, even though we've tried to sell the idea of, you know, you have green space right in front of your home. This is, in fact, a city park in front of your home. People love to park their cars there, and that's really, there's a lot of pushback. So it's not an easy place to plant.
That's what I meant when they're talking about, Nikki was talking about potential. Is these potential places, they're not really potential, because if it's you know, gravel, or if it's dirt and they always park there, they're not gonna, they show up one day and there's a tree or there's a stake even.
Yeah.
Because I saw them snap a stake that had a friend's banner on it. They just snapped it, put a bucket, and just made it disappear.
So it's not, I don't think that public right-of-way space is the best place to plan on where our Monterey pines will be for the future.
But I think, but as a guide for the city, I think if we anticipate that the pines that are on private property may not be replaced by another pine, and we'd like to see more pines. It just places in terms of, if it's a place that can take, if it's a place that a Monterey pine can thrive, meaning it's a good environment, then maybe that should be our first tree that we try and plant. And then we have sort of a priority list of trees. Does that make sense? So we say, we as a city and our public trees, we make the pine preferential, right? And if it can fit in that, if it's a good place for a pine to be, then that's where we give preference to. And then we go down, I don't know, Nikki, what the other, we have four, we have the cypress, the different pines and the different cypress, maybe we have a,
Yeah, we could
for
give
the city,
incentive.
we have a preference.
We can incentivize Monterey pines in public property. Maybe they don't pay as much fees because they're going to plant a Monterey pine.
I do want to bring up something, though, about planting on city property. And at one time, people parked on the dirt in front of their house, and you could see the houses and you could see the trees. And the way it is now is you're so busy working through the one lane that's left after the people park, is that you don't see the beauty of Carmel. I think if anything has changed Carmel more in the last 80 years, it's that. It isn't, and it's not, it doesn't have that friendly feeling either, because you've got one car.
forest through the trees.
Okay, so we'd like to try and at least get through five of our goals today, and we're still on 1.1. So the tree species list is important, and how we think about that tree species is important, though. So do we have final thoughts on large, medium, and small versus upper and lower?
I'm in favor of large, medium, small.
Large, medium, small. Is that something people can be comfortable with?
I'm in favor of that and keeping the oak in the medium category.
Same here. I agree with Maria.
You have to define which trees fit into each category.
So wouldn't it be by, it would probably
Maturity
be by
and
height.
By
It would
height.
probably be by
At full
maturity and
height.
height, and I think an oak,
It's a 40-foot.
okay,
We have up to 40 feet, I believe. Is that right, Peter?
Roughly, yeah.
Roughly. And then you're looking at the cypress and the Monterey pine that go 80 to 100 feet.
Right.
right, but as a practical matter, I don't think you can consider some oaks medium trees, right? I think an oak could be a large tree.
Not very often.
Not
Not in this
It's not going to get over 60 feet.
No, you have to go to an oak savanna to get them over
Now with-
60 feet.
With more hardscape, they're not going to grow
There's
as
too
too
much hardscape. Not enough.
Yeah, and if we get more taller oaks, they're gonna grow to the point where the wind burns them back too. If they start growing above the houses and above anything else, because they don't handle the salt winds. So that's why you need pines and cypresses to block the salt wind.
There's plenty of tall oaks that are taller than houses in Carmel.
Yeah, I mean, there are. I'm just saying if they become a true upper canopy, they're gonna get burned back. They're not gonna be, unless you're in like a nice protected draw, like Pescadero Canyon or somewhere, where, upper, you might not get as much salt up higher in the city, but I just don't know if I consider them upper canopy when you look out and you see them look subordinated to the Monterey pines functionally.
I agree. I think the small, medium, large categories are the way to go. I do want to point out that Monterey pines work cooperatively in a sense. I don't want to anthropomorphize them, but they help each other buffer the wind, and minus large trees in the canopy, so minus Monterey pines in the canopy makes the others vulnerable to wind in particular. So just a point.
Okay, let's go on.
So small, medium, and large. Okay, thank you. I think that was, and then, so the three pieces of feedback that we had on this one, Justin, I'm just keeping notes for you. I'm assuming, okay, I'm assuming the city, that your team is going to be doing the revision. So we have incorporating a bullet point that we talk about species that are native to this area and their appropriate habitats. 2, that we put needs of the trees in our tree species list.
Yes.
And that
Oh,
we
yes.
revise our list to be small, medium, and large, and instead of upper and lower canopy. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna motion on that.
No.
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 I also want to put that, what I do like about the old list is that it has separates deciduous and evergreen.
Yeah.
I like the idea of people having a choice to have something with some fall color. And there are native trees, the California sycamore and the big leaf maple.
Buckeye.
Yeah, buckeyes, if
it's old.
yeah, I mean, we have trees that are native to this area that you can get some fall color.
Okay, so 1.2, this is, the objective was to support an ideal age distribution in our public tree resource.
Makes sense.
This was developing a long-term tree planting program. I don't know if anybody made any notes on their documents about this or not. This was, this had a requirement to be monitoring newly planted trees for 4 years, and the public tree, that we would update the inventory of public trees to include available planting sites. I think, Justin, this is where you're working collaboratively, right? This was prioritize planting with that have lower canopy cover.
Yeah, that I think you might want to think about.
What did that mean exactly?
Yeah.
I think this was actually, I think, Davy, where they were saying if you, to increase the canopy in places where there was not canopy.
Where they what?
To target those, prioritize planting, to add canopy where canopy did not exist.
It was in one of the maps in the
Yeah.
earlier segment where it showed the canopy coverage throughout the city was, more in the upper parts and the kind of golden rectangle and less in downtown because, obviously there's less available space.
Yeah, more in the northeast.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the area west of downtown is pretty much set for canopy and for coverage. isn't it?
Yeah, so kind of just prioritize where we should be planting.
Yeah, maintenance area 3 would be big.
Yeah.
Right, okay, I got it.
So I wonder if this is one where we can also prioritize tree planting of our preferred trees. Like
Yeah.
this is the Monterey pine, the top
I think so.
for the city,
Yeah.
right? I think that would be an important place to have some sort of preferential treatment to those.
But is that leaving room for people to choose the maple and the other things?
Yeah, this was really for the city trees.
In the city,
For the
okay.
city. So what I'm saying is the city, yeah.
That would be their
Gotcha.
preferential.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the city could have a choice if they have space somewhere for a different type of tree that would grow better. The city doesn't have to put just one particular species there, all over.
No, and trying to not just have rows of trees either, plant different trees in different places. And if it's by a creek, plant like a maple or a willow or something native that can, is more of a water loving tree. Or under power lines, lower trees, stuff like that. Any other inputs or what do we
Just a
think?
question for you, Justin. I don't know
Yes.
if it's this section, it might be in the later maintenance side, but what about the factor of the building department tells you how you can build your house and how your foundation goes and how that is? The same analog for a tree. Here's how you plant a tree, here's how it drain, here's how the roots get fed. There's no spec. So we might have people putting in trees in wherever they put them on their property. It might not be maintained or grow crooked or all these other factors. Is there anything we should add on our objectives to have some kind of administrative oversight by you? Is it like a drive-by, once the tree is about to be planted, you sort of bless it, or am I overdoing the bureaucracy?
Oh, I mean, I would love that. It's just, it'd be kind of really hard to enforce.
Yeah.
I mean, we're lucky if we get people sending us pictures saying that they did replant. And
Gotcha.
that is a goal.
Justin?
Yes.
Our land use plan,
Mhm.
the coastal resource management section says Steps must be taken to minimize the threat to existing healthy Monterey pines and new seedlings to ensure continued diversity in age and location in the species. This document includes policies to respond to this issue. Disturbance and/or removal of mature and disease-resistant trees during construction or other development activities should be avoided. Permit conditions requiring replacement trees for those removed from private land should be monitored and enforced to ensure that the trees are healthy and reach maturity. Replacements should also be in like kind. It is essential that these and other policy directives be carried out to ensure that the Monterey Pine Forest landscape is protected so that the forested character of this unique coastal village is preserved.
Linda,
That is the,
could you speak in the microphone? Because
Oh,
not
did you
everyone's
not-
hearing
did you not hear
sorry.
it at all?
Not at
Yeah,
all. If you
yeah.
could-
did you hear it?
Nikki has hers, she pulled it over to the side, and that's.
Oh, okay. Did you not hear it at all?
No, we heard it.
Okay,
So,
you heard
what
it,
did-
but the point is that in our land use plan, there is a directive. It's pretty specific, and then all the goals and objectives and policies that follow. And this is in the coastal resource management element of our general plan. And then if you look in the community character, land use and community character, there are more.
What are you trying to say, though?
Well, I'm just saying, as far as oversight.
Yeah, and
is-
replacement, if they.
Replacement
if
in
they
like
remove-
kind.
People
Well-
who replant trees have to keep them alive for 5 years or plant a new one.
Right.
and we
No, I
give them
think what
a
it
time.
says, if they remove the Monterey pine, they should plant a Monterey
Right.
pine, not get to choose.
It's a recommendation.
Or the
It's
rec-
not
the
code.
law.
It's not the law. It's a recommendation.
Right, but it's actually reiterated in the codes.
It's a recommendation.
It's a recommendation. It's not in the municipal code. That's what we've been told by the city. So we can encourage.
Yeah.
It's clear, it's
I-
recommendations, but not that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's true, but I'll check, because I've got.
Well, no, Justin, you should.
Read it again.
Well, this is the land use plan.
It's not the
This is the
municipal
general
code.
plan
Yeah.
land use
Well,
plan.
that's not the
Plan's not
municipal
the
code, so the codes are,
But the codes reinforce the directives of the general plan. That's kind of isn't that the way it works? I think.
we hope so.
Yeah, we hope so. I'll have to look at the codes. I've got them for trees and shrubs, but don't they have a requirement to plant for some number? They have a formula.
No.
Yeah,
there
and
isn't.
that,
Right.
and that,
It's not a
there's the
requirement.
density, and again, that technically is a recommendation, but then that is set by the planner when they develop the project.
Right.
Can I answer the question too? I'm looking, I have the last plan from 2000, which actually does address what you just asked. And maybe when we finalize this plan and we incorporate some of the old, it actually does talk about planting a landscape tree, digging the hole,
It's in this plan too.
fertilizing and pruning.
It's an
And it's in
appendice.
this one too, but this
It's
one is,
appendix.
if we put that up, it might take some of the work off of your group. Justin, where
it's
we
been
can-
there. That's the thing, is that, it all depends on if people want to follow it. I can hand out pamphlets to everyone who picks up and I'm not trying to be
No, I
facetious.
think it would be useful. No,
Because
I
we
know what
hand
you're
out the forms, and I'm, starting to learn how much we have to sometimes babysit people, for lack of a better
Right.
term. When people sign their business license letters, I've been handing them the laws and the rules and the standards, and it's like, you're signing this, that means you agree to
Understand them and
follow
agree
these
to them.
rules. So maybe we'll develop a city packet that shows how to plant a tree, how to care for a tree, so when they pick up the tag that needs to go on replacement trees, they can know that this is the standard they need to be held to.
And maybe once we've finalized this, if there's bullet points, if you can just hit a tab, planting a tree, pruning a tree, there's so much information.
Yeah.
And it would take the work off of our department,
Yeah.
your department. Maybe this is bringing a lot of light to the master plan, so maybe when we do finalize it, we can do something like that.
I like
and make
that.
that clear, so.
Yeah.
That's why I also
Justin-
think on the tree species list, to your point, Bill, like if in addition to how much water does it need, how many root, like what does the root structure do over time, right? Just some of those tips to help people pick a tree that will thrive as opposed to a tree that won't thrive, right? Those could be.
And Justin, we do have
Okay.
some of those documents on our website, which we probably,
It's all on YouTube.
okay.
Okay,
But I think we should.
okay. Could we move on to 1.3, which is, we're now on page 56, which is providing water to public trees, especially during periods of drought. So I don't know if anybody had any comments on the actions that were listed here in the document. Was there any feedback on this particular topic or item?
I have a question. Justin, when we plant, do we, for trees that we know need a lot of water, do we try to plant them with the correct season? Do we try to plant them as we're going into a season where there's more rain so that we've got the assistance of nature on our side and we're not battling the warmer weather? Is there any sort of a leaning towards that? I'm not saying that that would be the only time that you would plant those, but do we try to use nature on our side when we're planting?
We always try to. We try to plant as many trees before the rain so they can get naturally watered in. But I think it also said somewhere in the plan that Carmel has had a very reactive model. So we have been just kind of scrambling to plant trees, to replace trees as directed by council. We plant when we can, where we can. And, we've got a decent amount of trees that we're getting water on, but there's so many. And part of it was we had the CAL FIRE grant, which were trees that public did not like. And a lot of them need a lot of water. They're planted in the wrong place. So we're trying to plant the trees that will go well in areas where they're planted. And we're going through the steps of paying a contractor to water all of our trees, so we don't have to worry about it. Because that's, we have the money. It's just take it off, because it's just,
Too much.
it's too much and it makes us all
If
look
you've taken
bad.
the time and the effort to get the tree in there, let's do it what we need to.
Yeah,
keep the
and it's
tree
like we
alive.
want to be proud of what we're doing instead of just doing it as a reaction to.
That's good, that makes sense.
So should, instead of dedicating staff time to watering public trees, should this be,
So how about dedicating resources?
like, it doesn't need to be staff, right? Contracted resources to watering trees is okay.
As
Like,
long
you
as
should
they're,
be,
as long as they're
you should
watered.
you should have a plan to make sure they're watered,
Yeah,
right? But,
yeah.
right?
I think it's more of, just dedicated
I
resources.
think you have to not so much monitor the trees, but monitor the tree water sometimes.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do that.
Yeah. I just want to make a comment. I really like the idea of, reaching out to COD to try to get some reclaimed water for some of the trees that can handle it. Certain trees definitely can't, but, the ones that aren't as sensitive to the salt buildup, I think it would be great to get some reclaimed water.
With that said, would you also concur that we could ask the homeowners and give them an incentive if they I use the word gray water, I don't know what it's called, like the stuff that's not, anyway, the good drainage water, to put that on trees too and give an incentive to the homeowner if they were able to do that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if we could plant a tree in front of someone's house and know that it would be watered,
Right.
that would take the burden off of everybody.
But you can't amend the code to that, though, can you? Can you actually amend the code to
That'd be a
that?
question for the city attorney, so that's what I'm
Okay.
saying, is the code sections are way.
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Amend the city code, and they have to take care of this.
And I just wanted to add, in addition to watering, it's also maintaining the berm, and just checking for disease, sort of checking up on the trees as they grow. Also pruning, to make sure they're out of people's,
If we plant them next to the sidewalk, we don't want them growing into the sidewalk. We need to
Exactly.
maintain their form and prune them as they grow.
so it's a bit more of a project than just the watering. There's nuances, for sure.
So Maria, that's an excellent point. That was in all of the goals, the pruning and just the overall maintenance was not called out like the watering was. I think this may have been called out because it's been a pain point. But Justin, would you be comfortable with this being expanded to make sure it's water and care, which maintenance care?
Yeah, make sure it's not anything else.
It wasn't, yeah, I don't actually think it was in the other ones.
Then I think, yeah, that would
So
be really good.
Is everybody, does that sound reasonable?
Does that mean that the city's responsible for the care?
For the city trees, yes.
And so that would give them something more to do then?
Well, contractors more to do, yes, yes.
Well,
Well, yes, it'd be the responsibility of it would be the.
To make sure it's getting done somehow, some way.
Extra space here.
Yeah, that's really important because you really want to develop the young tree because it's going to save you so much money in the future if you can, what's called structural prune that tree. A lot of trees that lose branches and even fall over, it's because they've just kind of been let to go on their own, which is okay in a forest or native area, natural area, but in an urban area, you really have to dedicate time and skill so that the tree develops into the best urban tree, or urbanized tree. I tell people that it's like your pet, you want a dog, but you want it to be able to live around you. So you have to train it, and the same with trees. You have to train it so that it has a nice branch structure. Anyway.
How are we doing on time?
It's 3:00.
All right,
Yep.
breaks at 3:30. Just wanted to make sure everyone's got the schedule.
Oh, break until 3:30.
No, break at 3:30, not right now. Okay, so the point about the water will expand to include the water and care of the tree?
Yeah.
And tree and maintenance
I
of the
like
tree?
that.
Okay. And then the next 1.4, we're almost done with number 1. Fantastic. Okay, so number 1.4, increase the resiliency to pest and pathogen. So this was promoting genetic diversity in the species. This was Monterey Pest Man. Look, I guess these are items, these ones are more specifically, I would say, for those with tree expertise in this area, if there's anything that you would revise, change. Do you see anything here
It
that?
goes back to the watering. I mean, if you keep a tree healthy, it's not going to be stressed. And if it's stressed, it's not going to be susceptible so much to diseases and insects. So that's probably the first thing you want to do is keep the tree healthy as much as possible. But then there are trees that are native that, like the sycamore. I mean, I don't know if any of you saw this May when we had those rains. All the sycamores had anthracnose all along Carmel Valley. They had brown leaves. And they don't do well by the coast. They get anthracnose or powdery mildew. So even though they're native, they're just not native to this close to the
These are
coast.
3-4 miles up the valley,
Yeah.
but not on the coast.
Is this a place where we would consider wanting to include some of the growth of the saplings, like the Archangel Project? Like, is this an opportunity to put the city has either partners with somebody or does some?
I mean, kind of, but Linda's got a document about the genetic diversity, and as she brought up in the meeting before, I don't know if cloning is the best for genetic diversity.
Right.
So we just want to find, promote growth from pine cones and seedlings from the big healthy trees. And I'm got a call in with Devil Mountain Nursery, and they will harvest seeds with you and contract grow big trees to retain genetic material from the trees that you like. I actually went to a seminar up at Cypress Lawn in Colma, and they're a Class 2 Arboretum, and the Arboretum head found these cypress trees that he really likes, and he worked with the man at Devil Mountain to grow the strains, the babies of those trees, and it's really interesting. They look different. They're both Monterey cypress, but one is more upright, one is more spreading, and they're just kind of like his babies. And if we found some really big, beautiful, healthy trees in Mission Trail or around town, we could harvest the cones and contract grow the genetics of those trees. But
So
also,
how would you describe that as a bullet point for this item? Because I think having,
I mean, that's-
capturing.
I think it's really important to say genetic diversity, but from local sources.
And Deb Rogers, Dr. Rogers provided, this document is in our current forest management plan. And she provided the city, really specific guidelines as to how to protect genetic diversity in our Monterey pines. So, all you have to do is just access it in the present forest management plan.
So it can be attached as an appendix. I just think calling it out as a specific item and priority would be, it sounds like that would be
that's
useful, right?
commonly
Principles, so the
Right.
name, it's entitled Principles and Recommendations Concerning Conservation of the Amount, Structure, and Integrity of Genetic Diversity of Native Monterey Pines at Carmel-by-the-Sea and environs.
So
Yeah,
I would just say promote local genetic stock.
yeah, so, and that's, I'm pretty sure that's in here. I mean,
Yeah.
it says here, promote genetic diversity in commonly used species by utilizing local genetic stock. That's we can,
We can, we'll just add, I just think capturing that, since it's come up in a few
Yeah.
different areas, and we
Yeah.
have the ability to do that.
Yeah,
It
we
sounds
should
like
say
it's a
that-
healthy,
yeah.
that's a
I
plan, a
mean, we
good
can
plan.
follow her directions because
Okay.
they're very good.
Yeah, everything Nikki says I approve.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I heard this word.
okay, would you just like, we'd come tomorrow and have it all written up.
Okay, our second, okay, moving
And-
on to goal 2.
oh, I just want to go back
Okay, go ahead.
to everything else with the pests and pathogens. Management, and I do that. I, go to my pesticide meetings and hear about the new and emerging threats. And Sarah Davis actually did get a integrated pest management program implemented or passed, so it is on the books. It all just depends on how, for monitoring and stuff, we do that already, but, we're not using a lot of we're not using any chemicals, so I don't know. It'd have to be something pretty bad, like another pitch canker, or if the polyphagus, what do they call it now? Invasive shot hole borer gets down here, or if they say the gold spotted oak borer can't live north of LA County, but if it ever does, it'd be bad. So we'd have to.
Just a point of information, over the summer, there was a small research group that's international, focused on plantation radiata pine, which the genetic sources come from California and the 2 Mexican islands. Anyway, they met here in Monterey and went out to the Del Monte Forest to look at a native Monterey pine forest. Gentleman from Chile, a gentleman from the National Park Service in the East Coast, Forest Service from the East Coast, Washington, D.C., and a third fellow, I can't remember where he was from. Third fellow for people. And they looked specifically at the Monterey Pine Forest and Del Monte Forest in the Morse Reserve, and were looking for a very specific pathogen that plagues plantation species, and they did not find it. So there are people paying attention to what's going on in the native forests and visiting the native forests, looking specifically for disease vectors, pathogens that affect the industry. So,
Yeah, as the most planted tree on the planet,
Yep.
there is a lot of research on the Monterey
Yes.
pine.
Yeah, and they're paying attention to the local native stands, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's right. It's a reserve, a resource for them.
Cool.
And so I think in the background section, Nikki, when we get to that, later tomorrow when we talk about what sections we want to pull in, I think adding that to the context of what we had in the last plan would be useful.
Okay.
Right, I think we hear often, right, it's a global treasure, right? The people that are, the international delegations that come and are present.
Yeah.
I think that's helpful to integrate into the preamble, right, to preserving the
Cool.
forest. Okay. Okay, so goal number 2 was risk management and emergency response, and that had three specific areas. The first was, and we probably need Justin for this. And we probably need him for
Then
Okay.
we could skip it and go to the next one. come
I
back.
think if we can skip a few. Why don't,
It's not very controversial, we could almost agree with it.
I think it requires several of these, though, staff training. So we can skip number 2, maybe we'll jump to 3, which is the staff training. So let me get you on the right page. Okay, so that would be page 59. There was a goal, and this is, again, the focus area is proactively and efficiently managing our public trees. And the objective was to formalize urban forestry equipment training, maintenance, logging processes, and safety culture. There were a whole lot of actions here under this first item, which is formalizing the urban forestry equipment training, maintenance, logging processes, and safety culture. So it's page 59.
Did we miss 57?
We skipped it because you had stepped out. We'll come back to it. Okay. This one had a lot of bullet points. Did anybody have any feedback on this particular one, page 59?
Just that I want to make sure the council makes it a budget priority to staff, and so that Justin doesn't get overloaded, which he already is. He needs to have at least 1.5 or 2 helpers to get all this stuff monitored and acted on.
Sounds good to me.
No, seriously.
No, I know.
If this is our biggest resource and the focal point of our whole city, you gotta have more than just you.
I would like to say there's also people who advocate to going back to the way the forestry department was separate from public works, just because they're often pulled into public works projects instead of being able to focus on what they do well.
I know.
Well, it's always under the forester.
Any other bullets that people had comments on?
Do we have the qualifications at the bottom of that list? All those alphabet soup down there, do we have all that on staff now?
Yes, I'm an arborist with the municipal specialist. We have a technically a acting forest management plan. I don't know if I could say we have a preference for TCA accredited tree companies. But that is a bit hard in our area because that's more of a big city kind of thing, like companies like Davy, the Carrot Trees, like Save a Tree, like big companies, like a small local company most likely won't go through that certification.
Should we remove it?
No, this is the qualifications to get the Society of Municipal Arborists accreditation for the city.
Yeah, it's an accreditation for the city, not
for
Not the
not for
arborist.
arborists.
We adhere to all the standards. So I mean, it's pretty much that one thing, we have everything, and I was waiting to announce it until it came through, but I did submit our Tree City USA application, so that should be coming hopefully through soon.
Good.
Say that again.
The application for the Tree City USA, I submitted that.
Okay. As an award or as a,
That's just recognition that we,
Recognition,
that the
okay.
city cares about trees.
thank you.
And so you have a regular training for safety?
We have more, once a month, not bi-weekly, but I want to implement it because I've got a certified tree climber, and I want to emphasize certified arborist. So it's an easier way for them to get their units too, because that's how we did it at Davy, is every other week you get half a unit, and keeping it up. So
It's also safe too, right?
what?
It's also safe.
Well, yeah, and I'm pushing. I'm trying to get somebody to be qualified as a CTSP,
Oh.
the Certified Safety Training Professional through TCIA.
So are there incentives for the crew to get certifications?
Yes, as of this year, there are, yes.
Okay, the second bullet point under this particular goal number 3 was revising the licensing requirements and contract specifications to promote adherence to industry standards and compliance with municipal code. Justin, I think this is really as you, these actions here, is there anything missing? Is there anything you would revise or change? This was considered developing an arborist licensing program. I think they have to be.
It's pretty similar to what we have now with the house, having to follow the rules set forth and getting a signature for the business license. And the list we have, that if they're not on the list, they can't do work here. We're pretty much doing that. I kind of like a licensing, or at least the way Monterey does it, is if there's a big job or if there's even if it's not a permit, if there's pruning that is above a certain level, they need sign off by an arborist, whether there's one in-house in the company, or if you pay an arborist to go look and go, yeah, you should do this, this, and this, just to make sure it's not just tree cutters doing the work. You actually have
A certified arborist.
a certified
Yeah,
arborist that
because
knows what they're doing.
The list now for the city has 18 tree companies and only 3 or 5 I could find that they're certified arborists. So there's
Yeah.
13 that are not certified arborists, which is basically just the lowest level of, yeah. Because for years, to get a tree license, you really didn't have to take a skills test. All you need to do was pass laws and regulations. And so a lot of, gardeners and just people with a chainsaw and a pickup truck became tree service. But they're not certified and they lack the skills. I come across them all the time. They just, unfortunately, don't understand how basic trees work, and that pruning is going to solve everything.
And with the boom in development and the boom in work and just the amount of money here, there's just the amount of tree contractors has quadrupled or more in the past 5-10 years. It's insane.
And Justin, they are doing a lot of damage to trees in my neighborhood, just within a block of my place. 2 big, beautiful oaks have just been butchered to death, and they're dying because of it. It wasn't because of construction, it was because of poor pruning. Just
Yeah, and that's another.
What can we do about that?
And it's another thing that, you're making a strike list. You get 3 strikes, poor pruning, stuff. And I'm just, it's another thing where we could have a full-time staff member dedicated to tree code enforcement, but it's just so.
But that would be a good.
Yeah, if you said, in 5 years or 3 years, whatever, all the work that gets done in the city has to be done by a certified arborist.
Or blessed by one.
Yeah, or they have to work towards that. They, give them enough time, 3 years, to become certified. This way we raise the level of work in the city.
Yeah, and similarly, in terms of development, I don't remember if it's in this or if it's just in general about development and building. I think that we need to have private arborists involved in that too. And I think we need a pretty, even the consultants nowadays, because there's so many, they're not as versed as they could be. And I informally started to make a approved consultant list and basically only have one person that agreed to it and one person that I trusted. So I'm still trying to get there, and that's the hard part.
Can I say that because we just had an incident where Carmel Realty lion-tailed a beautiful oak that will very possibly, we'll see if it makes it. And it was done by a gardener who had claimed to have a permit, but they didn't. I know with the 3 strikes, I think it's really, if someone was out spray painting our buildings, it's desecrating our town and our character. So I think in my opinion, we should be a little bit more tough. We should be a little bit more proactive and nip this in the bud.
I agree.
Amen.
I agree.
According to our master plan, we don't get 3 strikes. So the current plan that we work under, if it's violated, you are what is it, banned for a year or more according to our current plan. So I can find that
Let's
in
enforce
here,
it.
but I read it. Yeah, so, just so we know.
Is there anything we could do, Justin, to make you feel like you have the backup to enforce these rules?
I can't think of anything top of my head, but no, I just trying to find the time. I mean, staff time.
I think this actually wraps up, it's separate from our goals that we're going through here, but I think one, relatedly, for people who are violating or breaking the rules, that whether it's improper pruning or using people who aren't arborists, which are required by the city, et cetera, the fines for the financial penalties associated with not following the rules or either egregiously removing trees just because, probably need a significant overhaul. And I think I hope that's something that the Forest and Beach Commission can take up and make some proposals to the city, because that would require, we did have we had a recent case at the last Forest and Beach Commission meeting, and we had the city attorney look into the potential to have punitive fines on top of what just the calculated, whatever the practical, theoretical ones are. And, the city's just not in a position, doesn't have the authority to do that right now, and it seems like this is an area that would seem like it would also be well-suited to fines.
Yeah,
Not just the people who are doing the work, but the property owners where
yeah, you should be penalized for hiring someone that's not following the rules.
So if I may, this is part of this whole maintenance and safety thing that we'll talk about momentarily. But when I want to build an improvement to my home, I have to get a building permit, I have to hire a licensed person to get that permit. This is the same analog for trees. Just in Carmel, it absolutely has to be a licensed expert because our trees are so important to our brand and our whole environment. Not like Yorba Linda or Placentia or Anaheim where it doesn't matter, but here, trees are everything. So I'd like to push for some formal requirement, as much as I hate regulation, but formal requirement that if you're gonna do something that affects a tree, other than sweeping up the leaves, and you're gonna do something major, and you have to define what that is, you must have it done by a licensed arborist, period.
Well, the license is
So I
one
think
thing, but
actually-
the license they have, but the skill is sometimes not there.
Okay, so
But even
maybe,
still, there ain't that
But
many
I think
certified
we have-
arborists that work.
Yeah.
other jurisdictions that we can look at that aren't very far away, because when we had the situation recently where trees had been damaged and the cost is gonna be de minimis relative to what the actions were.
right,
I understood that the town of Saratoga, requires people to put up escrow money whenever they're gonna go in and do building for the trees, et cetera, and they hold, sometimes $100,000, $200,000 worth of escrow while people are building, and then when they're done, they can get the money back. So I think we probably should just look at other communities that value their trees and see what other models could we implement here. There are some practices that we might be able to adopt that would help offset some of the things we might be seeing.
And that's the part of the meetings I'm having with planning, and I've got all those. I wrote several reports for Saratoga, and valuations of one property was, the trees were valued at a total of 500,000, and that wasn't even all the trees. That was just the trees around the development, and they require a 25 to up to as low as 25 up to 100% deposit, depending on what the recommendation is. And if those trees are damaged, then they lose that, and then also the city can put it in account and recoup some interest.
so since we're steering, let's steer towards more of an absolute need for the more expertise, however, Pete, and you can define it, this works for us.
Okay, yeah, and the construction part, that's later too, but that is a good point, that, you need to, when you're building a house, you have to hire someone that knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I'd like to answer your question too, because, and this has been very useful on page 24 of our current plan. under the policy for pruning trees on public property by private tree companies, the consequences of non-compliance, if in the opinion of the Forest Parks and Beach Director, the method of pruning or the amount of foliage removed is not in keeping with the standards in paragraph 4 of this policy, the private tree company shall not be allowed to work on public trees for a period of at least 1 year from the date of the violation. So this is in our current plan. So it might be a useful thing to look at our current plan. And we've talked about, do we add some of the new plan to our current plan or vice versa? I would encourage everyone, if they get an opportunity, to read the current plan or the current plan, not the draft. We all have that. Because there's a lot of really useful information. We don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel because the wheel's here, you know.
We also need to check what in that is actual code.
Right.
Because there's a gap, there's
I
some
know, I'm
gaps,
just
so we need to.
reading what
yeah.
we currently are working
Yeah.
under. So whatever that, you know.
Right, I just think we need to, we'll need to, I think the city.
All I'm saying is
Yeah.
if you want to read it and get a little more.
No, I've seen that. I just-
information, there is some very useful information here. She had mentioned the 3 strikes, and I read this, and I knew that wasn't what was in the current
Right.
plan, so, you know.
I think one of the things we'll have to do regardless is have the city look at what is code versus policies and procedures, because some of what's in that plan is not in the code.
And that's part of your consistency
Yeah,
analysis.
the consistency that's been a challenge, I think, in the past, right?
Yeah, and just to be clear, that I didn't mean like 3 strikes of, oh, you just damaged 3 trees. It was gonna be a lot more than that, like, you told a resident that a tree's dangerous when you're not licensed to do so. And you got them afraid for their life, because you show up to jobs and it's like, I come look at a permit and they're like, well, I'm horrified because 3 tree companies said that this tree's dangerous. And I go, well, are they arborists? Are they tree risk assessment qualified? What are their qualifications? And that's getting back to not just the tree services, but the consultants as well, that we need to up the level of professionalism in the area. The current consulting world is not up to the Bay Area standards. And not that, our codes are necessarily, but I feel like there's things that make sense. There's really smart people doing really amazing work, and there's no reason why we shouldn't have that down here. We should have a really professional, we should have requirements that require professionals that know what they're doing and have advanced certifications and licenses that know how to provide these things, like tree valuations, like advanced decay detection.
Yeah, it started with the city, that's how it started, especially Palo Alto. They have an entire booklet I have in my backpack. It's called the Tree Technical Manual. It's, maybe 100 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now that the city has those requirements, then it forces the tree care companies and arborists to up their skill and standards.
Yeah, exactly. It's an incentive to have the requirements, is an incentive for people to become certified and to become qualified.
I think that's also one of the challenges of being such a small community relative to a community that has 30,000 people, where you can have right? But I think the value of our trees to our community is extremely high. And so I think this is one area where pointing out some of the consistency gaps could be really useful at like the city's budget meeting next year, right? In terms of what additional resources may be required. Because I think this past year, we just were able to obtain the agreements for increased funding to make a dent in some of the deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
But on a 3-year maintenance plan.
Increase the budget and increase the staffing to hopefully closer to an adequate level, at least with an assistant forester and a full-time permit technician and another worker. But, there's still it's like a vacuum. The more people we have, the more work they're gonna do and the more work that will be found for them.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, did we, was it a
3:30.
half-hour break that we had set? Would, before we take a break, do people need a half hour? Are people willing to go with 15 minutes? Is a shorter break okay for people? Is that,
You could just leave a half hour at
Well-
the end.
what it would be, we have two more goals that wrap up under this focus area of proactively managing and efficiently managing our public trees. It would be nice if we could complete those and I think also get into the second focus area, which is the canopy, which is a really at the crux, I think. Actually, that one I think is maybe one of the most important aspects of our plan. So if we could aim to do that by the close today.
I think now that we're on a roll, we know the process. I think that's feasible.
Yeah.
So,
15 minutes?
So we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll reconvene at 3:45. Okay.
thank you, Chair.
One gap, but there's no goal at all around this notion of penalties on private. So this is all about the city's like public tree inventory for public trees. And it's probably worthwhile having a goal around how do we encourage our private citizens to also, right?
stay with us. Don't leave us. Yeah. Well, your term is for 4 years, right? I don't know. We don't want you. We might take a vote.
We're gonna get her running for mayor before she's done.
Exactly. From my computer.
It feels good.
Okay.
I'm serious, your computer's really warm.
Yeah.
You got it plugged in this way.
So is this the Doodle House before?
Okay, I think we'll get started again. We're gonna be -1 steering committee member. Hans had to attend another meeting right now, but he'll be back with us tomorrow morning. You okay?
Tomorrow
Okay.
at 1.
There you go. Pardon me?
What time tomorrow?
11.
Tomorrow is 11. Tomorrow's 11. Yeah.
Here.
Okay, so it is a little before 4 o'clock. We are gonna try and get through the last two goals of the first focus area regarding proactively and efficiently managing our public trees.
We're not going to go to 2?
And then we'll get into the goals related to the canopy. And can I see a show of hands of how many people will have public comment from at the end, just to see? Melanie? Just you?
I don't know.
Anybody?
She will.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we leave enough room for public comment at the end of today's discussion. So we are going to jump back into our second goal, which was risk management and emergency response. That's the one we skipped when you were, and let me give you the page number.
57.
57.
Yeah, correct. Okay, around risk management and emergency response, this one had 3 different objectives. The first was to identify the risk assessment priorities, protocols, policy, and final authority for removals. This just had one action. Justin, differentiating once you.
What constitutes an emergency versus a non-program maintenance? I think it's kind of, if a tree needs to be removed, I think, mainly what is a true emergency? Is the soil cracking? Is the tree lifting? Versus, this tree should come down because it's dead, and we hadn't planned for that in the current cycle.
It's actively failing.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. We can come up with a definition of emergency, and we did institute a emergency tree permit during the storms. It's technically still there, but we don't, and we use it just in cases of significant emergency where someone calls and say, my tree's falling over, send us a picture. Okay, yes, it definitely is. Here's an emergency permit, call tree service.
Okay.
You looking for a comment?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I have pictures
Okay,
here.
Bill.
I have pictures here of what happens when you can't see them, but I'll pass the book around. But what happens when my neighbor tried to get a permit? This is not meant as a criticism. This is not a criticism. A, you weren't in office yet. B, it's a systemic issue. The tree fell through my house, cut my garage in half, blew out all the windows, and nearly killed my wife. Why do I be so dramatic? Because the system is broken. And we have to have a way before the storm, and the top of the tree broke off, looked like a dart, broke a redwood tree, ripped out the porch, tore the garage in half, filled my yard up with debris I couldn't get out of my house, and totaled a brand new car that was in the driveway. But it didn't kill anybody. So, Justin, I love that we have this emergency factor, but when this happened to me, the pine cone came to my front yard the next morning, put a microphone in my hand and said, "Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" With her tape recorder. I said, "Sure." He said, "Are you gonna sue the city because your neighbor didn't didn't get their tree trimmed and it ruined your house and almost killed you? I said, no, I'm gonna go see Chip and I'm gonna sit with them and talk about the ordinance and see if I can make it change. So that's the reaction. They didn't know how to deal with that. Anyway, with the front page article, none of that matters. What matters is if there's an issue where a tree is threatening a house, it's tipping, the roots are dry, it's a pine tree that hasn't been cared for, etc. We need to have a method in the system that allows people to go ahead and call you or someone like you that you authorize as your subcontractor, what have you, to run over and assess and say, this truly is a problem. The next time a wind blows, it's gonna fall on the house or hurt someone. I don't know if that's in your current deal, but it should be in here. So, thank you. And I can go on, but I'm not. So there you go. Thank you.
I understand where you're coming from. My biggest problem is a lot of the trees that fell were healthy, and it was an act of nature. You know, healthy trees are kind of probably fall more than dead trees because they have the wind sail.
Right.
If I could predict what trees would come down, I'd go get a lottery ticket. That trees will make a liar out of you. You know, I've said trees need to come down and they were denied and they've stood for 10 years, and trees that were denied by other jurisdictions, you know, either died as we said they were going to, or they fell down. I think that the tree inspection that we've instituted goes a long way to try to get credible professional me on site to at least look at it.
Yep.
And again, I'm trying to build up a set of really qualified consultants that they can really look at a tree and understand if it does need to come out with scientific technology, ways to actually show that there is decay, and come up with a scientific reasoning of why a tree should be removed. If it's threatening a building in terms of damaging it as it sits, that we can do that. And that is the hard part, because people will be at call. I'm afraid my tree's leaning.
Mm-hmm.
Trees lean. So I think that is a risk assessment, which is part of here. I think that does kind of go into that. And we have a tree assessment permit, and I think the formal risk assessment policy would be very valuable for me, and then also the assistant forester when they're hired, and just ways that the city can lay out what constitutes a risk, like the way we lay out what constitutes a nuisance.
Maybe we should err more towards assuming it would be a problem.
It's difficult to predict a tree failing, but there are signs, and qualified arborists can look for those signs.
Yep.
And then make an assessment as to whether this tree has a high risk of failing.
Right.
But if you don't see them, and sometimes you have to look carefully because there's a fungus growing on a root, and it's covered with mulch or soil. Or ivy. And so that's difficult because, you don't want to remove a healthy tree. The other thing is, it'd be good if, when a tree falls, to try to determine why it failed. Because sometimes it's not the tree, it's the soil. If the soil gets too saturated, the roots can't hold on. And if the soil is shallow in that area, then it could fail in that regard.
Indeed, and that's what happened in March of 2022 when the tree fell.
Yeah.
And the neighbor has tried to get the permit. So we got the what, I understand.
Well, there's more to it. There's even bad pruning that doesn't help a tree. A lot of people would think that I need to remove branches so the wind can sail through it. But actually, branches help stabilize the tree. More branches do. We need to remember that trees have evolved over millions of years, especially Monterey pine here. They can put up with the prevailing winds. Of course, if there's a storm, all bets are off. But branches help other branches stabilize the tree.
Totally. This one that
Okay.
fell was a stick. So here's my question. We got the what about the when? or how long it takes to have the expert come out and put eyes on it. Could that be something we could put in here, i.e. Proactively or within a very short time or something? When you guys experience this, I appreciate and respect everything you're saying. But when you experience this and the trauma that went along with it, and the 2 years it took to get Humpty Dumpty back on its feet, like 2 weeks ago, I just got my final. That's how long it took. It's just, I don't want anybody else in this town to experience what I went through. And I'm not trying to be dramatic. And I have emails this thick that I gave to Chip, all documented from every neighbor that came by. And they said, oh, so sorry. I said, well, here's my card. Would you please send me your thoughts? And I have this all assembled. And all I'm saying is quicker ability, and they'll pay for it. I would pay $500 to have you come out and say, oh my gosh, that's a real problem. Cut it down.
Did you ask the city to cut that tree down prior to
No,
that?
it failed. The neighbor tried for 9 months to get a permit. This is according to Dawn, my neighbor. She's an elderly, beautiful woman that's a little bit elderly. Maybe she got her
9
timing
months and
right.
then it
She said, oh,
falls.
it's hard to get that tree down. And she says, please don't sue me. I said, I'm not gonna sue anybody. I just wanna put it back together. So she allegedly tried for over almost a year to get a permit to trim it. Because it was just a stalk and it was totally ready to break off, and that's what happened.
Something to consider is not waiting until a tree is really, really old and watching it become hazardous. It's just a concept to consider. What about proactively removing some of the old trees and then replanting that in that same location with another Monterey pine so that they don't become hazardous?
Yeah, that sounds good. It's a good suggestion.
But it's going to be a real challenge because those old trees provide tremendous habitat and character and canopy and all that. But in hazardous situations where there are residences perhaps, it's something to consider as a proactive approach. And then on a cycle, identify those older trees and take them down.
I have a question.
I think we have, so if we've kind of migrated into the second objective of this, which is developing a tree risk management plan.
Yeah.
I don't know, we're on page 57, the bottom half of that page. I do think the deferred maintenance plan that the city put together last year on removing, there were.
Dead
500 dead trees.
dead and very poor trees we're starting off with, because we've got this, all the breakdown in the inventory, and we're starting off with the dead trees, and then the very poor trees, which are the, almost dead, and then
Awesome.
eventually we'll try to, and then even since the inventory, trees have moved from good or fair to poor.
Questionable, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things when you put that plan together was looking at 360. It wasn't just taking that tree down.
Yeah.
But it was grinding the stump and putting another tree in its place, right?
Yeah.
So are we, where we're taking these are mostly Monterey pines that are the ones that were in that category, right? Are we putting one of these,
Yeah, pines and oaks. are
Pines
what
and
were
oaks are-
planted
okay.
when
Yeah.
West Coast did the removals and replanting.
okay.
I planted four trees in the place of that. One is on my side of the fence. It was on her side, it fell through. Just FYI, I concur with that. Thank you.
I was just gonna ask, is the city responsible at all for any trees that fall on, city trees on your house or anywhere, or your car, your property, liability-wise, or any trees that you have denied them a permit to take it down that was dangerous? And like him, they tried to get a permit, the city's still not responsible for not being proactive enough to check on it.
It was pre-Justin, so probably now, no, but back then, maybe yes.
I think that'd be a question for the city
Chip.
attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah, thank you, guys.
So are all of these items here things that you feel you can do? I would say one
Yeah.
reaction I have, Justin, to this section, particularly this whole risk management and emergency response section in the staff training and qualification section, which we covered just before the break. These are 5 sub-bullets that put enormous burden on you as a forestry department of N=1 right now. I think when we get the plan, once we have the plan through this revision and we go through the whole public input working session and revision, before this goes, it would be helpful, I think, to see, to map, you have a map of all the goals and the specific sub-objectives, to see what aspects of the plan you feel like you're well-equipped to be able to provide today,
Yeah.
and ones that you aren't, that would require additional staff or budget. Because I think having a plan has good indicated actions, but that you can't implement because we're lacking resources is not always helpful. So I think for all of these, it would be good to have when we get to those. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the last bullet point in this particular section was continuing to participate in local comprehensive disaster planning and preparedness, which is page 58.
It's really fire-oriented as opposed to storm-oriented. I don't know if any of you tried to renew your fire insurance recently on your home. I don't know if you've had that issue. I couldn't get insurance after this happened, just so you know. I mean, that's what I'm.
And that's another problem that's statewide. The insurance companies don't want to be in California. They've taken too many losses, so they're finding any way to get out of it. So I'm trying to figure out ways. I've been working with Tice in Monterey and Al in Pacific Grove to kind of brainstorm what they've been doing. It's just, I don't, there's a point where I've been sending letters to the insurance companies like this violates our code. You can't take this tree out. It's healthy. And there, I just a point where I don't know what we can do, because I don't want to disenfranchise our residents and have them not have insurance. I know Tice basically has been treating those letters as an arborist report and just saying yes because
Who is Tice?
the city forester from Monterey.
Oh, okay.
So, because he just doesn't want the people to have to lose their insurance.
Right.
But at the same time, somewhere like Carmel, our trees are so important. And I mean, how can, if you look around town, are there any houses that don't have I don't want to say this on the public record, but there's a lot of trees really close to the houses, and there's a lot, that's the character of Carmel.
Carmel wouldn't be Carmel.
Well, the Carmel Women's Club, our insurance went up because it says we're in a forest. That was the word. If we were in a village, it wouldn't go up, or a town, or a city, but because the forest thing, and we're not in a forest, we're a block away.
But it's called high hazard.
High hazard.
Yeah,
Because of the word forest, though.
Several areas of the town are in that high fire risk area, but I guess I forgot to mention that Monterey, that insurance cancellation wasn't even about fire. That was just, they don't like trees near houses because trees may fall.
Okay, we should come back
But
to
yeah,
the,
that's a whole-
I don't think we're going to solve that here.
No.
So, okay, although it would be nice if we could.
But he has the emergency thing, thank you very much. That works.
Okay, so this, participating in local comprehensive disaster planning and preparedness, there were a number of bullets here. Bill, you mentioned that this was mostly fire-related, which it is. Is this something that should be, is there anything, is scope here, Justin, included? Should this be expanded to include storm? Is there anything that would be?
I don't know, really, that'd be more of the hazard mitigation. I don't know what
Okay.
really.
Weather.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of monitor
So-
the weather trends, like, what's, storm preparedness, which we're doing now, when.
Prepares, they do 2 events a year. And they're pretty comprehensive.
Okay.
One of them focuses in on storms. The fall one does, it's in November.
Okay, we'll put that in. All right, so I'd like to, one note I had on this section was, And my question is, would this best be added to the first sub-bullet, which is the risk assessment priorities, or is it worthy of a separate bullet? But I think that our city's response to storm damage specifically is worthy of an objective in our plan. In our community survey, that was one of the most contentious, like concerning aspects, is having an old forest and fears. And we've had people come into the Forest and Beach Commission and say, I'm afraid this tree is gonna fall on my house and kill me. You had a situation where you had a very close encounter. I'm just wondering if, in response to our community, it's worth it to consider having it its own goal and have a, what would fall up under that would be, is there a storm?
Should you say fire and storm?
Yeah.
I mean, just add it.
On the third one? On the third sub-bullet, which is expand to include storm?
Storm means wind and rain.
Yeah.
And power failure that causes trees to fall. Because the wires go and then they go. So storm is a broad word for.
And I'm sorry, I heard from the audience, the 2 preparedness sessions are provided by, who is the source of that?
CERT.
It's city and CERT and fire.
Yep.
And police.
Okay.
It's a cross-functional.
Yep.
I've been to it.
I just want to make sure that we,
It's up on the
Yep.
city website.
Okay.
Up in the header.
Okay.
And they're very clear on
do people feel like the storm should be included in that bullet?
Why
Is that
not?
okay? Okay, all right. Okay, our last goal.
The act of nature.
Our last goal under the proactively and efficiently managing the public trees was we had a number of items on this one. We're on page 59, right? Did I get that right? Yes, page 59. No, we're just starting at the top. We're right here, 4.1.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Create, fill, and maintain staffing levels to complete the required responsibilities for tree maintenance. I'm sorry, we're not on 59. We already
61.
did that one. Hold on one second.
We did
We are on
61.
61. Thank you.
59.
Did anybody have any comments that they had noted on this particular page?
Actually, a lot of this was because this process has taken so long. We have a funded city forester, a funded permit tech, and a funded maintenance technician. Look, we're done. We're ahead of the curve.
We don't have them yet. They're not hired.
I said they're funded, they're not hired.
Yeah, okay, but that's it. That's,
Question for Justin, is it enough?
I mean, is it ever enough with 13? And also, we added more into the survey, so 10,000 trees went up to 13,000 trees, and we don't have survey data on Forest Hill, Lower and Upper, and Mission Trail.
Not even including
So
Mission
that would
Trail.
be nothing, not enough.
But I am gonna try to get a drone survey of Mission Trail with LiDAR to try to get some sort of handle on that.
And then can I
so
ask?
these items, I'm just curious, Justin, I'm sorry, that for all of the positions here, Bill asked the question, but is this sufficient? Like, could you use more? Because these are really the actions related to staffing resources, right? And so there's a volunteer coordinator here.
That would
There's
be
an
very good.
administrative analyst, there's a part-time watering position, right? Like, I'm just wondering if this is sufficient, or if this would be the place for you. Maybe we could just ask you to review this and provide feedback as to whether or not you feel that's sufficient, or whether there are additional resources beyond that would be required.
I mean, more boots is always good, more maintenance workers, but I don't know where, that,
Aren't some of your employees asked to do work for Public Works and other?
oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not full-time employees, right?
Right.
I mean, they, technically, but we also empty trash cans.
Yeah,
fill
but
buckets.
how many hours a week do they actually work in tree care?
3 to 4 days.
3 or 4 days? Because would you like to have them 5 days a week?
I mean, I would love to do nothing but tree work, but yeah, at the same time, we are a city and we're all working together, so I can't, we all have our roles and, we forest, parks and beach, we help with the events, we work in the parks, it's not just, trees, but, we have to set up the Halloween parade and the pumpkin rolls.
So that's what's wrong with our system. You see, that the police put out fires, or the cops go and do paramedic. No, you gotta have your own department. It's a high priority.
That's right.
Trees are falling down, trees aren't maintained. We gotta be bold and make steering, like drive the bus, steer, make a hard recommendation, need more people, X. We don't know how much it is. If you could let us know tomorrow, we wanna push for that.
You have to go to the budget meetings.
Well, I'll be there.
Otherwise,
I'll
it's
be
not
there.
happening.
I'll be
So
there.
that's another whole level of meetings and process and transparency.
That's fine.
There's nothing we can do about that.
When did it change and go under Public Works? How many years ago?
I've heard a lot of different answers.
Does anyone know?
It was around 2003.
I think.
Okay.
There was a forestry department and they
I know
wiped
because
that
it's
out.
all in the current
I want to
plan.
say
That's what they
probably,
call them.
probably after Gary Kelly retired,
Probably right.
somewhere in there.
Okay.
Refreshed.
Yeah, it's, I'm pretty sure Gary Kelly was in the department, and then I don't know when it changed over.
Gary
Probably,
Kelly left in 19? Was it 19?
no, that was Mike Branson.
Mike
That was
Branson,
So
that's right.
before Mike Branson, it was Gary Kelly, and he
Oh,
retired in 98 or 96, sometime, late 90s.
Okay, so Justin, on this one, let's put a note for you to, it's not just adding more people, it's let's think about what you really need and what would you need to deliver this plan with excellence when it gets completed, right?
How
Okay.
about somebody with ecological, genetic, some sort of science background? On call or as consultant, as a sort of.
That's Nikki right now, but yes, signer, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on
Okay.
3-year contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah, consultant is the word
Right,
because that's another person we'd have to pay for their retirement, their health care.
right.
And as valuable as you are.
Okay.
We have an environmental manager, and then we have several biological consultants on staff,
Yeah.
or on call.
They have.
So you could just add a hyphen under one of those bullet points and say, hire forest ecologist consultant as needed.
Retain.
Retain, yeah, as needed.
And what would be the motion or the process for owning your own department?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think we can take that up as a possible, it's a question.
That's, again,
It's
probably
a good
bigger than what
question.
we're doing here.
Okay.
Well, it's actually, it's not necessarily bigger than what we're doing. I think it's, if the plan is, if we come up with a plan that, of this significance, right, then it may warrant, you could look at just the deferred maintenance of the trees in our city right now and say that it needs to be a higher priority, right?
And the
So-
sidewalks and the sewer system and the
Yeah.
condition of the roads. If we need a $100 million bond issue, we can fix all this.
Yep.
But it has to come from a squeaky wheel, which is right here at this
Yep.
table. You're looking at the squeaky wheel.
Yep.
You just haven't squeaked yet.
He's not loud enough.
Okay. All right, so the second item here was to create an automated service request system. Did you have a comment on that, Justin?
Not really.
Is that a good idea for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that with the permit tech full-time and we do have coverage now, but I mean, even still, the amount of tickets we get a month is kind of crazy. So, I don't know exactly how that would work, but, I'd be open to exploring things like that. Technology is just gonna grow, like our inventory software's, light years ahead of what it used to be. And maybe our ticketing system could be too, I don't know. I don't have enough information.
And then acquiring necessary equipment and vehicles.
That's,
Carmel Cares bought the watering machine, is that too?
that's part of it, but, I mean, the hard part is, I mean, I guess I'm just saying it out loud, the hard part is that we all share equipment. You know, we have the bucket truck and the chip truck, but the other dump trucks are shared with streets. And we are, hopefully getting other mechanized equipment that will be shared with streets. Utility bucket truck, we do need to replace some of these things, especially the bucket truck's like 30 years. I don't know how old it is, but if you've ever seen it, it's very old. But yeah, I mean, even this still says continue to share, and that is
Take that
hard.
out of there. This is right.
So if you look at all of these in total, Justin, if you just go down this list, like my sense of this section was that these were lots of, the action items were more like the checklist of ideas that someone like Davey would have for any city to like improve the operations of like their forestry team. I guess what would be,
Like,
I don't know who has the.
they did ask us a lot. There was a working document that they would ask questions that we put back in, and a lot of the stuff is tailored just in terms of, well, this is how we work, and outside of thinking outside the box of a totally autonomous unit, it was, okay, this is what you should get, but you'll probably have to share it.
That's optimal. The best. If you had all that, that's the best.
Yeah, I mean, like
If you had it.
like a track, like the skid steer with a grapple and a real stump grinder, is what, because, 800 or so stumps, they're there now. And
Justin, do you
I'm
have to
sorry.
grind
Do you
every
realize
stump?
How absurd this is, that we don't have a stump grinder and we have a tree?
Yeah.
I mean,
But-
the owner of West Coast Arborist is my next door neighbor in Anaheim. Okay, Pat Mahoney's one of my closest personal friends. He talks about Carmel as the ultimate tree city that has zero resources, just so you know what goes on behind the scene. You need to get the help. We need to get you the money. So
Yep.
we have a small stump grinder, but it's not, it can't take
No.
very large stuff. And
Can-
Linda,
Do we need to grind every stump?
we don't
We never used to.
need to. There's just been a very high call for
Yeah, we
grinding
can't
stumps.
replace the plant,
But also,
the tree.
a stump is a replanting space. If you
Yeah.
leave a stump, that's space where you can't put a new tree.
That's
Yeah,
right.
But if you go to the forest, you'll see trees growing right out of stumps.
But in the forest, there you don't have sidewalks and roads, so you have way more space.
It would depend upon the space.
Yeah, so that's
right,
it's,
Right, there may be a space where a stump could be
And
left,
that's the
but
hard
there may
part
not,
is-
but Right,
it's just when space is
Yeah.
valuable,
right,
the stump becomes a good planting space.
right.
So I guess the question I would have on this section, goal number 4, and I think, Bill, I share the feeling here that this is just a lot of, like, consider purchasing a bucket truck or whatever, right? I just wonder where, are there any jurisdictions nearby or in California that you can think of where they have a high burden of ongoing tree maintenance because they have a large city canopy? And would we be able to look at, sort on an equivalent basis, what would be additional resources? Because this is our opportunity to
Well,
imagine big for what do we want for Carmel?
Again, another one, I don't know if I want to put into the ether in the public record. Most cities don't have tree crews. Most cities contract work out because it's cheaper and you don't have to pay the burden, health,
Retirement and all that.
benefits. So it's hard really to get a 1-for-1. I mean, you'd have to go to cities like San Francisco which is a city and a county.
Palo Alto.
Do they have their own tree crew though? Or is it,
No, I'm asking you.
that's what I'm saying, is I don't know the answer either, but
Right.
it's not just cities that have trees, it's cities that take care of those trees themselves.
Right.
Or maybe their model is, maybe we should be looking at that model also, right? Maybe we should be having contractors to, I mean, I'm just saying, we should be
Knock
looking
it
at
rid of
what
you,
are,
Justin.
what are,
I think
No,
that it's
I'm
very
just saying, what
valuable
are
to have
the-
a in-house tree crew for responsiveness.
no, I'm not saying you don't have an in-house tree crew. I'm just saying that maybe in addition to an in-house tree crew, we have expanded capabilities in other areas.
Some background that we believe that the merge happened with Public Works and Forestry about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was a lot to do with the lack of staffing. It was out of necessity.
So one community that also is situated in a Monterey pine forest is the community of Cambria. And I don't know that they have a dedicated tree crew, but they did produce a Cambria Monterey Pine Forest Management Plan, which unfortunately was not adopted, but at least, it's there. And I noticed that it's not listed in the references, but Cambria might have their own tree crew. I just don't know.
That'd be interesting, because they are
Yeah.
very small.
Yes.
They're probably smaller than us.
They're probably smaller, yeah. And I don't know the structure, whether they're actually a unincorporated part of San Luis Obispo County,
know if-
or
yeah.
whether they're their own city.
You
I
should
don't-
talk to Rick Hawley, Cambria Green Space.
Yeah,
He could fill you in on all of that.
Yeah, anyway, and I'm happy to share this.
yeah, that'd be great. I saw that on your.
I guess the key thing would be what resources, how can we use this particular section to outline and request, in an ideal world, what would your resources
Yeah.
be to support our
Something to
forest?
monitor or to be able to,
Yeah.
to inspect trees better, because you could have the tree work done if you're monitoring it, but if you had maybe three tree risk assessors who were going out and doing the high-skilled work, and you had the equipment, resistograph or whatever, tomography,
We have a resistograph, but it's
old.
it's really old.
Yeah, but there's newer equipment. Then they could do what's really important, and the stuff, just pruning some trees or removals, they can contract that out to tree companies.
Yeah, but I think looking at, I guess, Justin, who would be able to help us fine tune this whole section, in terms of making sure it was really clear
I can
that
do
there
it.
was.
I'll do
Okay.
it tomorrow morning and put, what we.
Wish list?
Wish list, I mean, and this was our wish list at the time, and then that was almost before we knew how much we're really dealing with. I had kind of just started.
Right.
you
Okay,
know.
so I think one of the thoughts is, after we have these 2 days. Thank you, Nancy. While we have these, this is, Palo Alto.
66,000 trees.
Yep.
Private and public.
Yep.
They maintain.
Yep.
Nobody can trim their own trees.
Yeah. Yep, here you go.
Oh,
Thank you.
Trim their
Yeah.
own.
Not even your own.
How much is the budget for that?
They have like 30,000 people, so we need to look at that. But I think for this section, I think one of the thoughts I had was that when we get through these 2 days, that we should be redlining this document with any
Exactly.
inputs that have come through today. And I think this would be a section that would be great if you could
Yeah, I'll
redline,
do
so that
that.
we could upgrade the asks in this area. And then does that?
I think
Is
that's,
that
yeah,
okay?
I can take that out.
Could we just add, or request a request for proposal from qualified contractors to every one of these sentences? So it doesn't have to be all our budget, we could be contracting out for the skid steer and all the other yada yada that's on there, right? Doesn't have to be your-
The equipment was actually, that was for the crew to
Yeah.
be able to do work, because we have a front loader and a backhoe,
Yeah.
and they're not very maneuverable for when we have to take logs, and even like when we have to clean up after PG&E, when they leave their large logs in the right of way.
Okay. We got it.
Or at the inventory.
Yep, so the next was maintaining the public tree inventory, which I think we have at this point, right? And okay. And a big portion, I think for the deferred maintenance, right? You're now tracking on a monthly basis versus the extra money you asked for the city budget last year, right? So that hopefully we'll have I think, maybe once we dig out from some of that deferred maintenance,
and
that we can maintain the budget and put it towards other things.
That's what we're trying to do, and the hardest, I mean, the difficulty just this first quarter of the new budget year that I'm finding is, again, the deferred maintenance were numbers from last year, and then I'm finding trees that are dead, that were in fair condition, that weren't part of that, so they're going on task orders, or the tree crew's taking them out because they, died from this hot, dry summer we have with the lack of fog. But we are updating the inventory. We are updating all the task orders. They're going into the tree keeper point, and we are we're trying to update the condition of the trees, but as we're doing maintenance or as we're logging permits, it is getting input into the system.
Okay, and then the last one was establish a dedicated sustained funding source beyond the departmental budget. So I think this was getting creative in terms of being able to partner, right, with nonprofits, other grant opportunities, additional sources of funding. I think
It's kind of what Bill was saying.
Yeah, but that's not enough.
it's insufficient.
If we could do assessments, how many homes are there when we ask staff, how many homes are in Carmel-by-the-Sea? How many homes?
That would more be a question for the planning department.
Okay, so maybe it's 1,000 homes, 2,000 homes?
It's
So
over a
if everybody
couple
pays
thousand.
X amount per year, that's funding, and also just have a special tax assessment. If we have such a beautiful place, everybody wants to live and come here to visit, but we should pay for it. Okay, so that goes directly to your apartment. It's earmarked for your department to keep the beauty.
I think we're not a charter city,
Yeah?
and only charter cities can do an assessment on your property tax.
It has to go for election.
So that we can't do that.
66%.
Not yet.
Yeah,
But you know
unless
that
we
should
become a
continue.
charter city, and I've been to those
So we'll do
meetings
a bond
too.
issue, measure TT, support the trees,
Yeah, I like
I'll be out there.
Vote for it. They won't even
Poster
vote for the
child.
school issue.
know,
So they're
I
not
know.
voting for trees.
I know.
So can we put that in here though?
But we might try it.
Bond
anyhow.
measure?
Seek a bond
costs
measure or other
$100,000
funding,
to do a
other
bond
permanent
issue or
source
more.
of municipal funding?
Yes,
I
yes.
like that.
It's a great
Yep.
idea. Yeah.
I like that because I think partnering with nonprofits, I think, is insufficient for the amount, for the scale and amount of resource required, right? So, yeah.
What about establishing a foundation? A dedicated foundation?
That's why you've got
Yeah,
Friends of the Forest already do that.
I mean, for fundraising.
Well, they're a nonprofit, aren't they? Yeah, Friends of Everybody's a nonprofit.
To help with this effort.
Could you do that?
Yeah, and Carmel Cares also.
Right, Carmel Cares, right.
Yeah, so we already have that.
And I looked up what they do in Cambria, and the local land trust takes care of managing trees. So, that then puts it into a non-public role.
Yeah, I think we should have something like that. in
Do they have to
Carmel.
go into a conservation easement then? I mean, is there like,
I don't know. Yeah,
that's interesting though.
yeah. But it's a, volunteer thing, and the standards may not necessarily be the same as what the city imposes. I don't know, I'm not sure.
Okay, we have completed the 4 goals that relate to this focus area of proactively and efficiently managing public trees. Is there anybody that would like to make any additional or closing comment ahead of, before we move into the tree canopy, where we have separate goals there? No? Okay.
I was going to say, there's a lot of damage being done to trees by plantings that people are doing in front of their houses. I can think of one, I mean, it's a neighbor and I don't want to argue with her. I have a neighbor who has planted a lot of inappropriate things and waters underneath an oak that is on public property and a pine as well. And I don't feel like I'm the person who can tell her, that that's not really appropriate. But is there some way that we can protect our trees better, the trees that are in the public right of way?
I think that's going to be coming up in these next several ones.
Okay.
But
Keep that in mind.
is that illegal?
I actually, Linda, I saw, one of the notes I had made on this whole document was I felt like, so this is about our management of public trees, right?
Yeah.
So this is to guide the city in its management of public trees.
Right.
However, if you look at the last focus area, which is recognizing trees as essential infrastructure to the town, to me, we're remiss if we don't have something about helping our residents manage their trees.
To understand.
To manage their trees on their private property also. That isn't to say that everybody should be putting 4 pines in their front yard, but just to help people. It goes back to like punitive fines, right? If people are cutting trees down, they shouldn't be cutting down, et cetera.
Right,
So I think that's that was something I had just written as a gap in the current plan, that I think after we've gone through all the goals tomorrow, we'll have, I don't know if anybody else observed gaps that we can
And
talk
the
about.
planting on public property that people do in front of their properties, even though it's not their property, it's public property, but they feel very proprietary about it. And so they go ahead and plant what they want, and that's the case in my situation. And she's killing an oak, in the process.
That's actually codified, so that would
It
be
is codified.
called,
Could you talk to her for me? Because
Well-
I
Well,
just.
call code, it's an encroachment permit they need, so they,
Okay.
yeah, because you
Okay.
can't just,
They
but you
can't-
can't just improve the right of way
Oh, okay.
without
Right.
approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And some of these things, I just want to say, going sort of back to the old plan, talking about how you should treat your trees and your plants and what should be partnered with them and what shouldn't, are in our current plan.
Yes, I know. I know that they
So
are, yeah.
we don't even need to, some of these things,
It's there
we have
already.
it.
We just need
We
to
have
enforce it.
Yeah.
I agree. So, okay.
Okay, so moving on to the second focus area, which is the canopy cover, maintaining the minimum 35% canopy cover. There's 4 goals under this one, I think also. The first is, we are on page 65. The first goal is strategic tree planting. And this had 2 sub-objectives. One was strategically planting the trees, we're on page 65. And then communicating a goal of maintaining the current canopy cover is the second. So that first one, the actions on strategically planting trees, did anybody have comments on these actions?
I would just comment when it says plant trees to offset the loss of mature trees. Is that what we were speaking about before, where you do succession trees, so there's all ages?
Yes.
When the older ones come
Definitely,
down?
yeah.
Right.
Perfect.
Right.
Anything else, anybody?
Yeah.
I have a question about collaborating. Am I ahead of myself?
No, you're there.
Neighborhoods.
You're in the right spot.
Do you guys even have time or even the thought process, because you're doing so many other things, to notice certain spots of the town like the Northeast that really have got hardly any Monterey pines left in a lot of square block areas
Right.
because they've been cut down, they died, they were cut down, and you haven't had the resources to really follow up. And there's a lot of blue sky.
Right.
So I would say, I think that's maintenance area 3.
Yeah, so by your house.
No, actually, I'm in the other
I know.
section.
I'm kidding.
I'm trying not to
He's
self-serve.
putting more
I'm
trees
kidding.
across, not in his backyard.
And I'm not even in the city, so I'm the one person that's outside the city influence as a commissioner.
One house outside.
One house outside. But to me, that would be a good approach.
Yeah,
What
and
I've said here makes sense.
I think that part of in there was a planting plan. I think we really need to, again, time.
Yeah, resource.
Take a week to drive the city and be like, oh, this needs a lot of trees, this doesn't, and, it's just, when I have more time,
Right.
when I have an assistant, when I have more people, I can, it frees me up to do those kind of things.
Yeah, you could even ask Friends of Carmel Forest. I mean, this city is so small. You can walk around a block. I mean, I walked all the streets in Carmel when I first got appointed to this because I wanted to see the city. And it took me maybe a couple of months, a couple hours on Sundays, up and down.
Yeah.
You see a lot. So we don't have to rely on GSI or we can just walk around and you see an empty spot and there's plenty of place to plant a tree. Put a flag there. Contact you or just tree keepers, whatever. Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to do it because then you can see the surrounding area. Maybe there's already a seedling or a sapling growing there.
Yeah, and just try to protect that
Yeah.
so it doesn't get driven over or
Yeah,
something.
a lot of times it's not so much the trees, but it's the canopy. Because we have rows of several trees and they're all forming what one tree could form as a canopy. You've seen them on the streets. One good tree there with a nice canopy, then there's more room for the residents if they needed to park. But that's, I guess, strategically.
Yeah. There's something in there about that, coordinating with people, the public, public input, to help creating programs like that. And that'd be another pitch that'd be a perfect job for a volunteer coordinator.
Well, Carmel Cares is doing some of that kind of work, aren't they?
But don't they march to their own drum, so to speak? I mean.
Yeah, they pick their own projects.
Right.
But if you request something specific, they're not going to maintain the city. But if you request something specific, or that nice lady who takes care of the post office parking lot, who lives on Scenic, that's become her thing, and the same as Vista Lobos Park, the couple that adopted it. But I don't think you can rely on them for maintenance.
Right.
So on this one, I wonder if there's an opportunity to tailor it more specifically, again, to our unique aspects of Carmel, which are, for example, we have in the North Dunes, you know how they've tagged those lupin, and we count like we have 4 or 6 or whatever lupin colonies. I'm wondering if, separate from our tree inventory, do we have a sense of where our greatest pods of pines are? One of the things we consistently hear is that the Monterey pines do well in pods, or they grow in groves. Have we been able to identify, I'm gonna make this up, within Carmel, we have 7 preferred areas of Monterey pines, and so we'd like to make sure that those clusters thrive and continue to thrive. Does that make sense? I'm just wondering if we have the opportunity here to identify or to say, we're gonna use Mission Trail Nature Preserve as a place where we're gonna try and get some clusters of pines going. Or we're gonna do that in Forest Hill Park, or I just think that we talk about our desire to maintain the trees that we have in Carmel. I think our citizens also in the survey said that's an aspect that people love about Carmel, is a practical matter, we have some forces that are working against that. For example, it's not likely that we're going to see 4,000 square foot lots have 4 large trees on them, right, in the next 20 years, right? Maybe we'll get 1 large tree and a second medium tree or something, but the number of trees on the lots is going to be declining. And so the burden, I think, while we can help our residents do as much as we can on their private property, I think that it puts burden, it's a responsibility that we should accept on the city to say, how do we build planting programs that help support and maintain? Because we do have half our trees on public property, right? So this may fall out of favor, but like instead of having a ginkgo tree on San Carlos, maybe we put 2 pine trees on San Carlos, right?
Awesome.
So it just, I think it shifts a little bit of, if we think proactively about what responsibility can we accept in the city to help ensure that the character of the trees in Carmel continues despite the fact that we will probably continue to see some of these trees decline, be removed or gone on some of the residential areas. Does that make sense? So it just seems like somehow we could be tailoring this section to include
I think that's
that.
part of going into a comprehensive planting a planting plan. I think that should be an amendment to this, or even later in the future, when we go forward, we really create what needs to be planted, where it needs to be planted, and go off the heat model, the heat maps of where the trees are, where they need to be, and what species are. And we can pull that up in Treekeeper too, as we can just look at pines and it'll show all the dots that are pines. So if there's a section with no pines, or a section that has a really good distribution, that we could feather them in around the outskirts to try to spread that grove out, then that'd be a good idea too.
Is this a section, Nikki, that if we were going to revise, that maybe you could help us with some language that could like make it more specific to Carmel? So for example, to preserve the tree character.
Sure.
Is that just, I think some of it is, the concepts are here, but making it more specific to our town could be useful.
Well, I like the idea of the pods or whatever, and establishing a network of those, so they're more or less connected. Yeah, I'm happy to help.
And also, Monterey pine is used widely in California as a windbreak. So they plant them in groups in strategic places where winds are an issue. That might be something to look into. Are there any places in Carmel that are particular wind tunnels? Is there any place that, a little grove of pines could be planted to break that wind? Just maybe something
Well,
like that.
and just because there are big trees in the canopy doesn't mean that you shouldn't be planting seedlings below
That's
that.
right, exactly.
So there's,
Right, that's right.
Yeah, or like where there's more poor pines, we should be going plant a bunch of young pines.
Yeah,
Where there's
right.
large diameter, because most likely those will have a shorter lifespan.
And your GIS system can probably identify
Exactly,
that stuff, which
We can pull up, Monterey pines, 36 to 44 inches, and we can just pull them up.
Yeah.
Right.
There's also the more historical, like the promenade, going from San Antonio on Ocean with all of the cypress that I've talked to the city about before, creating succession trees for those, because they're about 115 years old. So,
When the city was founded, pretty much, right? They were all
yeah, it was Devin Dorff's employee that planted them. So,
Huh.
yeah.
I should go look.
Okay.
Are we good on that?
I think so. So communicate, the next sub-bullet under that one was communicating a goal of maintaining the current canopy cover. And this had, engaging the community and sharing the goal to maintain the canopy cover. This is one that was interesting. I think the community survey that we did suggested that people embrace the current canopy cover and maintaining the cover. So I actually don't think will be a point of, I wouldn't expect this to be a point of contention in our community.
What about evaluating the potential to maximize the canopy through the identification of those potential sites that are appropriate? So maybe the current canopy cover isn't ecologically viable, if you will. Maybe there should be,
Because of the age?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe there should be a different way to word that.
Yeah, like.
It was interesting
With
because what came
direction
back.
of the forester, because you don't want groups just deciding it should be here and here.
Yeah.
Try to find
Yeah.
ways to, it's maximize successional planting in areas, or just anywhere, just that.
Yeah.
To keep it viable.
To keep it, to see how
Yeah.
many trees.
To keep
Yeah.
the-
So
the canopy
maintaining the
viable.
current canopy cover may not be the right way to phrase that.
I think there was resistance. We saw resistance to increasing the canopy, actually. It was a minority of people. We saw resistance in the survey to increasing the canopy.
Yeah.
There
I
was
think
there
there
was
is.
there was a desire to maintain.
I think
And-
it goes back to the hard part about that is, goes back to the size and the level of a, mature 80-year-old pine tree.
Right.
To replace that, you would be more than 80 small trees. It would be.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
it goes to a lot more than that, though, and that we haven't talked about at all, is some people like sunshine, some people would like solar electricity, some would like to be able to plant fruit and things, so, we're talking about the cover as a fantastic thing for everyone, and in our thing, only 22% wanted more. And 40% were happy with it, and 33% wanted less, give or take.
But this is basically keeping it the same.
Maintaining.
But basically, how do we realistically do that with they're not equatable. Losing a large tree
Yeah.
and planting small trees isn't the same
You're
offset.
replacing tree for tree, but you're not replacing the canopy.
No.
You're just
Right.
replacing the tree.
But I think this,
Yeah.
again, comes back, I think, to the responsibility that we have in the city to be very proactive on city property, because we should expect that on residential property, if a mature Monterey pine comes down, it's unlikely that property owner is going to plant 4 trees to make up the canopy in the next 5 years, right? That's just not going to
No, it's
happen.
not
So
gonna happen. It shouldn't happen,
so as a practical matter, I think this is where it's incumbent on us to come up with, how do we come up with a very proactive and strategic plan?
To make up for the
To make
canopy.
up for it,
The
and
loss
how-
in both public and private property.
Correct, and put in, and look at our public areas to see where we can integrate more trees and pods of like pine trees and cypress specifically, like your succession plan on scenic, for example. I think if we don't have intentionality around that 20 years from now, we won't have the trees that we have today, right? And so I think that becomes really incumbent on this plan to be very clear about the city having a strategic objective to have preferential tree types where, again, right tree in the right place. So let's find the places where we can do this and put these in.
But more
So-
thought needs to be given to views, and it can be public views. But you used to be able to drive down Ocean Avenue, and those of you who've lived here a long time know this, and you had a sweeping view of the ocean. And after the Friends of the Forest got going in 87 or 89, what it was, in late 90s or early 2000s, they planted, Clayton Anderson planted all those trees down, and his group, by the ocean on Ocean Avenue, so that you can go down Ocean Avenue now, and in parts of it, you don't even know there's ocean there. If you drive around the Golden Rectangle, or you're walking, you don't see a speck of water. So I really think, when people talk about Carmel, they really don't talk about the trees as much as we're doing. The views and are very important. You don't agree?
Wait.
Oh,
No, we can send you 40 or 50 articles that all call out trees.
Right. Go ahead. Well, I haven't talked to many people who felt that way.
I talked to
guess.
realtors, and they don't sell these homes because of the trees. It's for the city or our village and the ocean.
But you
And
know.
they can always
Okay,
plant trees.
let's, I'm gonna call a timeout here
Okay,
because I have a feeling just because
I just want to ask a question, if you don't mind. I have a big pine on my property that aged and fell, right? At its base, there was a baby growing, a seedling, a self-sown seedling. That baby, I mean, it survived the fall because the tree broke off at the base. But that little one is now about 30 feet tall. And it's only about maybe 15 years old.
Right.
And I'm thinking, what about planting young ones at the base of older trees now? Getting them started rather than waiting to grind the stump and plant them.
It doesn't always work that way because the large tree is shading the seedling. And then if the tree does have to be removed, to grind the stump.
But what if you just don't grind the stump there and let it grow then like my little one is?
Yeah.
Because I haven't ground that stump.
It's hard to say that. It's really a spot by spot basis.
Maybe
because-
that's what we should do, is see if there are strategic places that we could start young pines at the base of.
No,
yeah,
definitely. That's the
something
goal
like
is
that.
to put,
Right.
succession trees.
But I mean, at the base of one that's already there.
And I would still say near. I
Near.
wouldn't try to put stuff near the base just because, fall, you're lucky that not lucky that it fell, but the fact that it fell and it didn't totally destroy that tree, it's a little.
Well, if the roots have
that's
come up,
almost less
right, yeah.
impactful than a tree company because you got guys walking, branches falling.
Right.
Okay, so if we go back to communicating with the public on our canopy cover, the only note that I had made in my notes here is that I thought it should also include experts. So it said, engage with the community, how to strategize, how to sustain the current level of canopy cover. I think we've gotten feedback. I think the best people to help us strategize how to maintain the canopy cover are with experts. And that the community.
Or what? When you turn your head, I can't.
I'm sorry, Sarah. It says here, engage with the community
Yeah,
on
but you
strategies
said after that.
to maintain the current canopy cover. And I actually think we'd be better served by working with our experts on how to maintain the cover in these public
Okay.
areas, right?
Yeah.
For people who have
Yeah.
tree expertise. That would be a revision I would make.
Do we know how long we've been at this 35% cover range? How long that we've maintained that? Does anyone know?
Minimum.
Do you know?
No, I don't. Okay. But it's the minimum, so.
You mean the 36 that we're at?
Yeah.
We're at 36 now.
Right. I'm imagining that we've been declining
I don't
over
think
the
that-
years.
We have.
I don't know if
So
we've had.
have we been holding at this point for a
I
little
don't know if
bit?
we've had we never had the data. We've had what trees we have in the inventory that was done previously, but not the photogrammetry of actually analyzing the aerial photographs and the satellite data before.
Okay. This is the first time we've done
There
that.
was a big
I
planting
believe so.
toward the end of the.
But that
century and the
historical
beginning of-
But you can
canopy,
find
yeah,
it, yeah.
you can actually go back
You
to
can go
the,
back to
Go through
imagery.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
And you'll see that we've lost a lot of the canopy.
yeah, but I'm talking
Yeah.
in terms of percentages. I
Right.
don't have.
Yeah,
that.
I don't know
Yeah.
the
Ability to
percentages.
do that.
Right, I see.
but it can be derived
Yeah, I
through,
could do
yeah,
it.
absolutely.
So that would be interesting to go back through all the data to 2000 even, see
Right.
what it was in 2000 and
Yeah.
what it is now.
There's
just
a
wondering-
CSU and B class that
Yeah.
would tackle that.
I bet there was.
I think we have
Okay.
records from our tree inventories that Friends of Carmel Forest did.
But was that on private property as well? It's
No, it's just public.
Yeah.
because this is like a top down from the satellite. That you can get the aerial photos and the satellite data going backwards, but we would need someone with GIS
Yeah, 'cause
expertise.
we could have more trees, but less canopy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you
Let-
could add a bullet point here that says determine the historic canopy cover back to some year, just to get a trend.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point.
Every 20 years, every 15 years,
Yeah.
10 years, something like that.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Except we know what people want now, so.
So could we move that into the next one that we're talking about? Because the next bullet point was promoting tree protection, Nikki? And that's the one we were just on was communicating with our public. So this is the third bullet. This is the
yes. Got it.
goal. This is the goal of promoting and preserving existing healthy trees. And so this is one where we could add tracking. Tracking of our canopy or we could, and trying to do some historical perspective, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
to establish the trends in canopy coverage.
I think it would help us to see what our losses are too, and what we can predict what sort of planting that we need to do if we know what our losses are, and especially as our trees are aging. Bring that scientific aspect.
And along the same line, we still have to remember that we don't have as much room on a 40 by 100 lot as we used to. for
Right.
trees and so on.
At what rate are we losing trees now? So at what rate do we want to plant to keep that 35-6% cover? Or thereabouts.
If we can.
If it's possible.
Keep that with lesser trees on the lots.
Yeah.
But Tamara, this is exactly where, because I think Justin was saying that Greg D'Ambrosio, when they were working on the tree, when Greg D'Ambrosio, I think, was working with Justin previously, this is when he was saying the rule of thumb is when you take a tree down, you need to plant like 3 or 4 in its place, which is not practical on a private lot.
It's not practical.
So that's why,
It's not practical much of
I'm
any
speaking
place.
more about city.
Mission Trail, I mean,
Well, even Mission Trail, you need the trails and you need oak trees and.
Right.
yeah.
City
Mission
is
Trail's
where we're going to
fabulous.
have the most control, because as you lose trees on private property, we aren't in a position where we have to replant. If you have a tree that dies and you have it taken away, we don't need to replant. So there will be a loss on the private property, and in the city, that's where we have our, opportunities to plant. So what we're talking about is that, where do we plant, and how do we plant?
So this was promoting tree protection, right? So let's look at the bullets on this one and see if there's quite a bit here on this page on 66 in terms of promoting preserving healthy trees and healthy tree protection.
Penalties, perfect.
Excuse me, I just want to, I would like to clarify something. Are you saying that there won't be trees on private property anymore?
No, I'm saying,
No, but I mean,
I'm saying
are big
if-
trees, are you
if a
saying
tree,
that?
no. I'm saying if a person's tree dies on their private property, like when your tree fell.
Right.
You weren't forced to put a new tree back,
No.
but you did. I'm just saying we have less control over what happens on private property with regards to that kind of
To that sort of-
situation.
that particular
But we have
situation.
more control about how if we're looking at trees that are in the
Right.
city,
I see.
how we can replace those.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I meant.
Gotcha.
But we can mitigate that.
So this is the area of all providing
I just want to add the word maintenance to the first sentence. Replacement, planting, care, comma, maintenance, and longevity. Right? Isn't that the mission there?
add maintenance, yes, let me put that in.
Longevity is a result of maintenance.
Thank you. Okay, this is the area where we have the opportunity to well, to recommend penalties and perhaps alternate ways of managing our tree resources when there's construction on private property also. So Justin, I know it sounds like you're working with the building department,
Yeah.
and we're on page 66 right now.
Perfect.
But this is one where I think it would be useful for us to, I know Bob has always said that after we do this, this has to be approved before you
Yeah.
can affect the code, et cetera,
Yeah.
et cetera. But I'm wondering for next budget cycle, if it's possible for us to raise the fines already. Like, what would it, I guess the question to ask the city is, what would it take?
Yeah, I've been working on trying to figure out what we could do, either if it's in the fee schedule, which is the fines, or passing a policy, which would go through Forest and Beach and council to be able to implement stricter fines and kind of see how that would look. But I've been kind of we talked about it for a long time, but then finally I had a meeting on site with a architect and a homeowner and a planner, and it got to the point where it was like, no, we need to figure something out now. Or we need to start figuring something out now, because this is getting out of hand.
Yeah, most cities require, before a contractor steps on the site, to have a tree protection plan, as you know.
Yep.
And they'll fence off the root zone, not just the trunk, because the roots are just as important as any part of the tree. I don't think we're strict enough there in that regard, where we protect trees.
And it goes back to the code too, because even the code is 6 feet, but 6 feet is,
Yeah, 6 feet is the critical root zone.
it doesn't take into account, again, the excavation or the basements, and also it's the same thing everywhere that you get a two-dimensional plan, and it's, oh, look, there's a circle 6 feet away, and then when you get on site, oh, no, 6 feet is where the foundation is,
Yeah.
but there's a 6-foot cut, so we need to shore it, we need to waterproof it, so really, you're 4 to 3.5 feet away from the tree, because there's over excavation, and that just gets pushed.
Yeah, and trees the roots get damaged,
Yeah, oh yeah,
and then the construction is over with, and the tree is stressed, and then it gets attacked by disease or insects, and then it's not 2 or 3 years later when the tree starts to decline, and nobody traces back the damage that was done 2 or 3 years ago.
What do they do about that if you want to build a house?
Well, protect the roots. Yeah.
You have to.
Well, sacrifice the tree. Don't pretend that you saved the tree.
That's
Just said
what it-
you saved it for a couple of years, but
and that's the main thing, is doing whatever they can to pencil whip it, to be like, oh no, look, we're gonna protect the trees, but then in reality,
They can't,
they,
it's too
they,
close.
they can't with the way they're designed it, so it's really, they need to design it differently, or
Make it
come up.
smaller.
Well,
Clearly, we have a gap in our municipal code
Yeah.
that is not, it's allowing these things to happen at very small penalty to people, right? So I think probably in this area of fines and penalties, maybe the best thing is just to get a sense, if we could take a moment across the steering committee and maybe everybody just comment, like, are you in favor of increasing penalties and fines associated with these things that hurt the trees? Because I think we could ask the city attorney, we're probably gonna have to ask for guidance on how to what we come up with and how to implement it, but I think just generally, are people, is everybody supportive of?
these bullets, because this
And
is
if you're not
just a
supportive, please
guiding
speak
kind
up,
of
like,
thing.
I'm not trying to say that we have to put penalties, but.
I'm supportive, but it has to be through follow-up. For example, stormwater discharge, to have the stormwater thing, you put the stormwater there, you design your parking lot, you have to maintain it. So what the penalty comes in is when you don't maintain it, or when the tree dies, right? So there has to be a follow-up in his database. Once he looked at the plans, approved the tree, comes back 18 months or 2 years later, and blesses it, yep, this guy's good, no fine. If the tree's dead, then you get the fine. See, the slap of the hand comes with failure for the person that's supposed to be in compliance.
Well, also, we have people that are just taking trees out that they shouldn't be.
Right.
Like, even, we have some
Or
people doing what
damaging
you're
the
suggesting,
tree.
but those people.
Damaging the
need-
tree.
Damaging a tree, right?
And
had
we,
that-
mhm. and we have to have a way of making sure that we get paid if there is a fine. So if we're holding them up in the permit process, if there's a stop work order, we make sure that we're paid first. And maybe we do something, we've heard about fines in the past, say 50,000, depending on what the, what's been done, we could go anywhere from one time the amount to 3 times what the amount is. Say that there's a $20, fee for the trees that we've lost. Maybe we can fine them up to 60,000. Or 40,000 or 20,000, depending on what's been done, because we're seeing a lot of things. We've seen some prunings and some
Yeah, a lot of tree.
roots. We've
tree
seen a lot of
damage.
damage, and to just charge a builder $20,000 doesn't really mean much. It doesn't discourage the behavior.
The building, when I was talking about it with the building official, and he goes, that's not even the tax sheet they're gonna pay when they sell the property.
Exactly.
And I work for an interior designer, and the chair is $20,000, so it really has to be in line, and an incentive. The other thing I was gonna ask about is, often on construction sites, the roots get compacted, so they can't breathe. And that's not something you see, but it's the trucks running over it. So I think that having that protection over a root zone would be very helpful.
Yeah, and
So maybe for
Building
this
a
section,
structure.
maybe for this section related to encouraging good citizenry, maybe this is where we can ask some input from the city attorney on what are the tools and methods and ways that we could address this.
And I think that we're getting, putting the cart before the horse. I mean, do we think that these are good recommendations? And then we figure out how to implement them down the road. Like, these all sound great. And, requiring developers to work with arborists on tree protection plans, I think they should be doing that. I don't even know why they're not. We used to. I used to write construction plans for Mike Branson for residents. I think that there needs to be some culpability and also putting the liability on someone else's decision and license that should be on the hook to say that these trees will or will not get damaged and how to mitigate that, instead of leaving it up to a builder, because they're not gonna care.
Yeah, you're right.
I just wanted to ask, and Nancy might be able to answer this question, ADUs. My understanding is, forget the trees. If someone has space on their lot, and we are encouraging the city is to do ADUs. So the trees would not come into.
You still have to contend with the maximum floor space.
I understand that, but the trees are not a consideration.
No, they still are, but it's, they can't stop you from building it, but if that, comes into contention with other laws like tree protection, that it's been, it's not like a golden ticket, you can just cut it,
I understand
yeah,
that,
but, and there have been loopholes that have used an ADU as a fishing line to basically clear cut a lot, but that was closed. So, you do the ADU first, and then now there's no more trees, you come back and you build your house, but that was closed and that's not allowed, so it's, and I think that Evan's still working on the policy to formalize that, and once that is formalized, we'll have more clarification on what rights or what steps there are for ADUs.
I just applied for an ADU for my house, got the verbal blessing, no trees were on the plans, I didn't avoid them on purpose, I just did do a landscaping piece. This looks good, setbacks are good, okay, go to the water department. I mean, the tree wasn't even mentioned, so maybe we want to put that in here, mention, or include trees in ADU submittals. include something like that, just maybe it's here and then.
Yeah, well, let me talk to see how, what we have,
Right.
with what power we have with, I'll talk to the builders, because, building, the planners, because like I said, Evan's working on that. I don't know if he presented or not yet, but he's working on it, and I'll see what they've got for that. Oh, okay.
You weren't asking to remove any trees,
No, there were no trees there, and I have a double lot.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The trees were never brought up.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Had they looked at your lot, was this?
It was fine, they said everything's good, but there were no trees in the corner.
In that, okay.
Okay. Are we good on this preserving the existing healthy trees, what's here? Okay, moving on to the next item underneath the canopy. Promoting preservation and canopy goals. So this is, we have 3 sub-bullets under this one. The first one is to merge the municipal code chapters 12.28 trees and shrubs and 17.48 trees and shrubs into a cohesive chapter. This is, the action here is to remove inconsistencies and redundancies, because this is the consistency point that, Nikki, you mentioned, where we have 2 sections of code that are not consistent. So is there any?
Gilly,
Wait, how much?
Gilly, could you move your microphone a little closer to you?
Sure, yeah, so this is,
Okay, let me pause here. One more time, can we get a show of hands on who would like to present public comment at the end of the meeting? Is it still just Melanie and Harvey?
Yeah.
And anyone listening online, could you raise your hand? Because we're trying to dial in our schedule here.
yeah, we're good till 6, right?
No.
There's no one online.
Yeah, so I was thinking that we would be able to
But
complete
it
this.
was scheduled at 5:30, so if we only have
Oh.
several people, we're gonna go until 5:45. Does that sound good, Melanie?
Oh, I thought it was 6.
We have
No, it
plans
is.
for Melanie.
Yeah,
there's big news.
It's scheduled till 6, but the schedule was expecting
Okay.
a lot of public comment
Okay.
starting at 5:30. so-
Okay, we're good.
Sorry.
Okay, so this one is very specific about merging 2 municipal code chapters. And so do you want to speak on this,
I don't
Justin?
think
And who
that
will
there
do
should be.
who will do the work on this? This shouldn't be an issue.
That'll be consultant, city attorney, like, that has to happen. So let's move on.
Okay,
Again, it's one very old, one current. They both say somewhat different things. They're both good. But, the old one references positions that no longer exist, like the director of forest parks and beach, because that was before the merger. So I think that this really needs to happen.
and
I think this next section is a good one.
And what is the process for accepting in lieu fees when a replacement tree is not feasible? Where does that fee go to, and what's that process?
The general fund usually.
It's supposed to go into a specific fund for replanting, and that's another one that needs to be fleshed out, because we have been getting away with it
Yeah.
because again, development is so crazy that people pay whatever. And Sarah had created a $800 figure, and I did some research and some math to figure out where that came up from, and it could probably even be a little bit more. I did, cost of tree, cost of water, cost of a burdened employee with their benefits to water it once a week for 2 years, once every other week for 2 other years. And, it's a little bit over $800, but it was close enough, so that's where we're at there. And we try not to do that because
Yeah, I don't think.
I try not to have people remove trees on construction at all, but I just think that we need to, it's another one, with the development, I don't know. We're still talking about what the best way is, whether it's bringing everything that could be possibly impact a tree to Forest and Beach like they used to do.
Yes.
But then it's like 2-3 meetings every month. It would be dramatic. So we're trying to figure out how we can.
Yeah, because at $800, so that represents a tree lost from the whole canopy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's 2 to 3
nothing.
per week, do you think? Or per month for, you were saying that would be 2 or 3 cases that come up?
Oh, I'm saying that every the development projects, how many there are, because the planning commission's so busy, they were doing doubles for a long time, Wednesdays and Thursdays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so if we were hearing every development case that has trees possibly impacted, it would just be.
So this is another area besides an aging forest, but this is another loss, a place that, a hole in the bucket, basically.
Yeah, and that's
It's
yeah. So
I'm
we're
not
trying.
sure if $800 is enough to.
That isn't enough.
But is that tree really watered once a
Well,
week and
it's
twice a week?
it's two things. It's the in lieu fee is not just for development, I guess. I want to bring it back. This was in lieu of planting a tree. So if it's really proven that there can't be any, if there's no space, if they could pay this and then the city would plant one. I know other jurisdictions do that too, but I mean, I think if we really came up with a hard statistical number, we could justify it and, go above what it really costs to maintain that tree for 5 years.
So
Is that fund really being kept for you to draw from?
That's what I've heard. I've never tapped into it yet. So, and I don't know how it works, if that's a physical fund at somewhere, or if it's a theoretical fund that gets created and then we get that money back in our budget from the general fund every year. So I need to talk about I need to find out how that all really works.
Justin, so when you have a project to look at, do you generally advocate strongly for a tree to be planted rather than an in lieu fee?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't
So-
generally offer that up.
Right, I think that's wise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'd rather someone plant the tree and maintain it than
Yes.
one more tree that we have to maintain.
Absolutely, that's right, exactly, because $800 doesn't really begin to
No,
to
when
think
we're
about
stretched
that.
thin, it's like
Yeah,
that's worth,
right.
the time is worth more than the money.
Right, right.
Where are we on our?
$800 within our current fees is like, it lines up with sort of what the penalties are, but I think it just, so relative to where all the other penalties sit, it sort of is,
Yeah.
I'm just saying they're all woefully insufficient,
So
right? By orders of
woefully,
magnitude
yeah,
insufficient.
That's about right, because of the whole life of the tree,
Yeah.
then you have to be
Right.
responsible for as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody have any input here on, these are, again, municipal codes that address some fees here, and then our last item under this goal was monitor change. Here's where, Nikki, the monitoring the canopy
Right.
was, and I think we can, it has its own call out here. Does the monitoring on a 10-year basis feel sufficient, or is that something, I'm not sure how much it costs to do an aerial monitoring, but I'm wondering, is 10 years, would that be the recommended interval, or would something like 5 be
Could we
better?
go back just to this recommended
Yep.
tree densities?
Uh-huh.
I noticed that. So you're recommending that the tree densities requirements be removed? Remove recommended tree densities and base replacement requirements on the loss of canopy from the tree that is removed? Am I reading in the right place?
And is that the sort of 4-to-1?
Yes, but so what it's saying is remove that and come up with a better term, a better way to replace actual canopy. I don't know how you.
Yeah, because it was trees, it wasn't canopy.
Yeah,
they were
exactly.
replacing it.
So what would that mean?
We'd have to figure that out, and that's what would be part of.
The next time, 10 years from now.
Yeah.
This one. It's this
No,
bullet.
I know.
Okay.
I'm trying to think how. Replacement requirements on the loss of canopy. So we'd have to come up with a ratio of what
Like how many
probably
trees?
basil
like-
area or something.
Yeah, how many trees would replace that canopy in, say, 10 years?
Yeah, yeah. So we'd have to come up with a figure. I know in forestry, we go off of basal area, which is the actual area of the cross-section of the trunk, and that directly correlates to how many leaves are at the top of the tree. So I'd come up with something like that.
I think that's what's kind of tricky though, because trees are always growing
Right,
too.
they're
So there's
always
like this,
growing.
you
Right.
know, it's a dynamic thing. So
Yeah.
trees are growing, some trees are lost.
Well, that's it,
You
yeah.
know,
that's
so
what I'm
just
saying.
doing
Right.
this
So that
way
is how
of
you would
looking at the
determine-
canopy every
Yeah.
X number of
Yeah.
years.
That's how you determine the number of trees,
Yeah.
rather than just a firm number.
Yeah. So it'd be, if it's a large, decadent, mature dying pine, to probably replace that, if you look up and you see all blue sky, you're not really having that much canopy. But if it's a large tree, you still need to replace it with
Yes.
lost trees.
Yes.
So you would go off of the cross-sectional area, and we could come up with different, numbers and chunks of
It's
that.
basically increasing
Yeah.
the fine by carving out canopy as the.
Not a fine, really, just a
well-
replacement
well,
ratio.
Okay, but
A
it's
replacement, right.
creating a bigger thing you
Right,
have to.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you know,
You
like-
just want to make sure that there's going to be something growing there.
Exactly,
that's
and
going to-
and we want to replace
Right.
the loss in canopy, not
Right.
just one for one.
Right,
Like replacing
right.
replacing a 24-inch pine with a 1-inch pine is not
Right, not
a
gonna-
replacement. It'd be,
no.
you need more than that, or something
Right.
like that.
So maybe 2 trees, maybe a pine and an oak or something like that.
Yeah, and then we'd come up with a firm way to equate the canopy. That's,
Right.
its own, could be its
Right.
own plan.
Quantitative question for Justin. Replace with a 5-gallon, what do you call a little tree?
Sapling?
Sapling, thank you. Or replace with a 60-inch box that costs $12,000. Where's the quant there?
So in terms of planting trees, you hit a point of diminishing return when you go up in size, because the amount of roots to the amount of leaves gets thrown way out of whack.
Okay.
So it's better to plant smaller trees because they're gonna grow faster and establish better, because they have roots to support them.
Right. They'll be healthier too.
Same rule of thumb for plants too. Buy that 1 gallon, not the 5 gallon. I know.
Okay,
So I
Okay.
just want to interject that I think this particular bullet point gives Justin and the city forestry department down the road a great deal of flexibility, which I think that is key, that's a really important, but caution that you need to have some defensible metric, and that gets into the quantity thing, so,
Exactly.
trunk, DBH.
Yeah, it's same thing with the, just like in Luffy, it's like, there has to be
Yes.
a real reason, and that's why,
Yes.
when I did the math, and then they realized, oh, that's really what it is, and they paid it, so.
Yeah,
because that's-
so just defensible rationale.
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, and then our last item for today, this is the last sub-bullet under the canopy, is the tracking of the canopy. Is that something, it says it's recommended here every 10 years. The question I posed was, is 10 years good or more frequently better? I'm not sure what the,
I think that's a good number.
I think 5. So we
I
can see a
think
trend.
5, especially right now, when we're kind of at a crossroads.
It's so much easier to do now.
What do you think?
if this is just an aerial, right? This is an aerial.
Yeah, yeah.
So what is the,
No,
what
no,
is like the cost of someone
I'd have to
running
look at-
that
I'd have to-
study? It seems like right now that if we're trying to maintain a canopy, that 5 years, I
5 years would be good, I
Yeah.
think.
I don't know, do you?
I think 5 years is good, and I think you could add a clause to say can be adjusted as needed,
Okay.
or the interval can be adjusted
Stretch
as
that
needed.
down the road.
Yeah,
Especially as technology gets better and better.
Yeah.
It might not be a difficult thing, well, it might be, we can do it.
Exactly.
Every.
I'm trying to get out of here. Okay, 5 years and can be adjusted.
When you say review changes to canopy cover throughout the community, what does that mean
That just
throughout the
means
community?
What we've done now, the whole city.
Okay, the whole city.
Yeah.
So So maybe we should.
I think
Yeah,
that
that-
the idea was that
Private and public.
our community would have increased knowledge about the value of our forest and our trees, right? That we'd share more
Oh, so with the public.
with the public.
Okay.
Community is public here.
Okay. And a few changes. Now, is this something like the survey that goes out again, or, so again, getting people's input?
Oh, that's
No,
something, it's not
I
specified in
think
here.
that-
This is more just letting the community know about the
The
canopy.
community means the city, so we
Yeah.
should change that word, because what it means is, because the current canopy coverage survey was an aerial photo of the entire city, we need to say that that's what we're gonna do again, not
Yeah.
just through not just through the inventory of the,
It's the aerial, it's the actual canopy.
Exactly. So
It's
just
the
saying that-
scientific canopy.
yeah,
Throughout
Yeah.
the city.
Yeah.
throughout the city.
Yep.
So maybe we should put
Yeah.
throughout the city.
That's what you're saying, yeah. I agree.
Okay, and then in terms of, before we move to close to public comment for today's session, I would say, in terms of process, I'd just like to check in with our group on two things. One is the idea that all of the comments that we're capturing on these implementation plans could be captured in a red line of the draft that we're reviewing today, so that when this revision gets to the public for our roll up our sleeves public working sessions, that people can be looking at this plan in the red line version that's the next round. So if that red line, if that's comfortable, I think what I would suggest, we can see who wants to volunteer for that, but I'm happy to support the city staff. And Nikki, I was gonna see if I could tap into you. I think one of the things we'll have tomorrow, after we get through all the goals, is we'll go back and talk about some of the beginning part of this document and what do we think is missing specifically versus what was in the previous plan, all of that historical context and background that was so helpful.
And what appendices should be added as well.
Right, and what should be pulled in. So that'll be, that work we won't do, we probably won't have time to do the work in this section, but what we can identify are the gaps so that we can then have perhaps, Nikki, maybe some of your help in helping us
Sure.
do that if you're.
Yeah, I'm happy to be
And
part of
anybody
that,
else
too.
anybody else that wants to volunteer,
Yeah,
we can
I'd like to
have
be
a
involved.
group on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So if we could just, before we close today's session and go back to public comment, it would be helpful to just hear how you felt about the format for today. Is there anything you'd like to revise for tomorrow? Was this helpful? Did you feel like, are there any things in our process you'd like to mix up for tomorrow? Linda, we'll just go around this way. Linda, we'll start with you.
I guess I'd just say, provide time for public comment.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Peter?
I'm good. Yes, I'm good.
Helpful?
Yeah, it was helpful, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I would like to develop a plan that was more aspirational than trying to just kind of move just a little bit ahead of where we were. But I think you really can't do that. It'll be a shock to the city if we really try to protect trees a little more. But I think we're making progress, and I'm happy with it.
I think let's not lose the aspirational comment, because I think it's really important that this plan deliver that. And so I think there's a way that, I think it's how do we challenge ourselves to deliver that, right, in a way that at least this, on the city property, we can be doing as much as possible, anticipating that we will probably over the next 20 years lose some trees on private property, right? So they'll be replaced, but they may take longer to grow. Or to be clear, we're not saying that people shouldn't plant trees. We're just saying, I'm just saying as a practical matter.
It just takes a long time.
As a practical matter, we
Yeah,
probably
right.
will lose some, and it takes time. Okay, Maria?
I think I'm really excited, and I'm excited to see what Justin comes up for his dream team. His dream budget.
Okay.
Yes.
I too, and I thank you for chairing this, and he's my new superhero. And I think, and I like the word aspirational, and I think going back to the 5 years, all the things that we've discussed and hope may be implemented that we're measuring.
Yep.
That we're able to, in 2 years just say, well, we at least hit these 2 spots or something. But I think it's a great idea moving forward. Thank you.
I think this has worked out really well. I didn't go to the budget meeting last year, so I didn't know the format, but I think this really fosters a lot of good discussion, and yeah, I'm glad everyone's here and working towards the goal. My dream team is give me 12 Toms.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Jerry?
I thought it was very good. I wish I took more notes because there's a lot of stuff.
Well, it's recorded.
I'll give this back to you.
So I think this was useful. I had trouble hearing the people over there, so I'm going to see if he'll turn up the mics a little bit, or people could talk into the mic.
Okay.
You're an
Bill?
outstanding chairperson. It's really a blessing to have you running this joint. And as far as Justin's concerned, how lucky are we to have a kid who grew up in the business, watching his dad and growing and becoming the next legacy. So great that you're working for the city. We're very lucky.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to sort of build on that. I think everyone's done a great job, and we all bring our own expertise and our own ideas and perspectives, and I think it was a really good meeting once we got rolling. And we're getting a little less in the public comments, and if considering our next meeting is 6 hours, I think we might want to just consider for the folks who are out there, if we want to do one at sort of a midway point too, just to get some additional, feedback from the public.
Okay.
Do you want me to comment too?
Yep.
I have really been impressed at how engaged everyone is and how constructive your comments are. I was very concerned when I read the first draft, thinking, oh my gosh, this is a forest management plan for Long Beach or something like that. But I've seen the focus become all about retaining Carmel's character and honoring Carmel's character while embracing some of the more ecological benefits of having, the native forest essentially be the focus of this plan. And just compliment you all on how engaged you are. It's awesome.
And I'd like to say thank you to the whole steering committee for spending all of today and tomorrow. It's a lot of time to commit to something, and I think it's helpful to have the opportunity to share as a steering committee before we move into the next phase we have work to do tomorrow, but the next phase of public comment. And with that, let's invite up Melanie. I think you had your hand up to.
Or anyone.
Yeah, we have public comment.
Don't encourage.
I could do a real quick, short one. Nancy Toomey.
Sure.
So I'm going to just reinforce some points that have already been made. Recovering the good content from the plan in the early 2000s, absolutely essential in the go forward, because this has got gaps in it. I'm really unsure, and maybe I missed some of the positioning of the format of this draft right now. To me, this does not look like a forest management plan at all. It looks like a bunch of PowerPoint slides. I do not like it. Yes, I agree that even a full report should have pictures, reinforcements, et cetera, but I do not like this format. Native, what was said before, that was my third point. My fourth point is the Palo Alto plan is a reference point. That's like over the top, beyond what we could reach for, but we should look to what they do there. Again, there's 66,000 trees, personal and public, and they maintain all of them. So again, if we wanted to go to the extreme, that's an extreme model. We're not ready for that in the short haul, I get it. But let's look at that and understand what's there, and reference to the community at large that this is a potential for our future, not short term, get it, because we're not ready for the money and the investment that would take, but it's a possibility. Thank you.
So to defend the format as much as I can.
Wait,
All right.
I think we're gonna have comments on the format tomorrow, so let's hold off.
Yes, hi, I'd like to speak to the thing about a canopy plan. I don't know if you're all aware of, but Sacramento, the city of Sacramento has been working on one for years and developed a plan which recently has been evaluated by the public. And I think it has incentives, it has a lot of different issues involved here. And I think you need to look at that plan specifically. It's been worked on, I've followed it for years. And I think that will give you a better idea about how to increase the number of canopy trees. That's the intention of the plan. So I think it's very much what we should have here, probably at least some of the elements of it. So I would encourage you to get a copy of that, and all of you should read it. And it's available from the city of Sacramento, and I think that's very important. But I'd like to yield the rest of my time to my wife, Melanie Billy. I will sit down.
Thank you.
And just to interject, also the Cambria Monterey Pine Forest Management Plan, and I'll take a look at that.
Thank you, all of you, very, very much for a very good meeting today, very informative, and welcoming the public and actually engaging us. And I like your idea tomorrow of having us make some comments in between, because as we go through this voluminous material, it's really hard, take my word, it's very hard to do good notes, and so you're going to see some scattered notes right now and comments. One thing I really support is tomorrow's comments and also Peter's, because that's the way I feel, that we have a very good master plan right now. It needs some tweaking, it's got some problems, but of course it's been, around for a while, and it's not as up to date as it should be. But I would encourage you not to forget it. It's got too much very, very valuable material. And I agree with Nancy, I'm not really thrilled about this current document right here, and I'm sure most of you who know me know that I wouldn't be happy with it. Let's see. One other thing, I just want to say I'm happy about the city engaging for an initial study on this, because this definitely falls under CEQA, and it's going to have some very serious review, unless there's going to be litigation on it, because it's a huge project. And there's been a lot of controversy more recently about projects that have not had proper CEQA review. And so this is one of those that's really seriously being looked at. Let's see. I'm still very concerned about the fact that our forest is not recognized. I was happy with some of the discussion today. It has not really been recognized as something extremely unique, not just in California, but worldwide, and that we should give extremely significant protection to it, and everything that we do in this master plan should be to protect, preserve, and enhance this forest. Everybody who lives in this town should recognize that the forest is the most important element to preserve this community for a lot of reasons that have not been discussed. It's ecosystem. Climate change is here. If you destroy this canopy and keep it reduced at 30-some%, that is not going to help this community, because we have this unique ecosystem that has evolved from the forest, the combination of the forest and also the ocean. And so I say to you about the canopy, don't talk about a minimum. Just say we're going to have a canopy, and we're going to have the best canopy we possibly can have, because that's what's going to keep our air clean, that's what's going to reduce the heat, that's what's going to do a lot of preservation of the ecosystem that we currently have, and we'll be surviving while other places are boiling over. I lost my pad. And, that I thought was extremely important, and that you should emphasize in this. I mean, Davi or Davy, however you want to pronounce them, they actually gave some credence to this, but not enough. And so I would ask you to pay attention to that. Also, the tree list, we should really be concentrating on natives, and I think we've pretty much gotten the picture on that. One thing I'm distressed about is the 20%, the 10%, 20%, and 30%. This has got to stop, because everything that you do in this plan will be for naught if you go with the 10%, 20%, and 30% in the tree allocations. I'm trying to hurry. Canopy, I think that the canopy is one of the most critical aspects of this whole plan. And I would ask you please to understand all the interrelationships of the canopy with everything else that you're doing, and really spend time and energy individually, some of you, to support that and try to get the wording and the concepts and the programs and objectives that you have in this plan to emphasize, the canopy, and be particularly proactive in your maintenance and also in your enforcement. Justin needs to be independent. He needs to have his own department. He needs to have his own equipment, his own budget, or this is not going to happen. He cannot be underneath the Public Works Department, which takes a lot of what would be his time, his energy, and the preservation of the forest. Public Works does not think forestry is important. And it's evident. And I can understand that, because they've got all the stuff that they've got to take care of, the roads, the infrastructure of the city, the buildings and so forth. Couldn't care less. Trees are an expense and they can use it in other ways. So you need to really support him at budget time. Don't sit back. You need to really be there. So I've got much more to say. I shall save it for another day.
Tomorrow.
But thank you, right.
Come back, we'll see you tomorrow.
For your comments today.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other people that would like to public comment? Please.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to return at the end of the day, at the end of your meeting, and hear that this is far from a forest management plan for the likes of Long Beach or elsewhere. And it sounds like it's going to be uniquely focused on the unique forest that is in and around Carmel. And hopefully this means that the forest plan, draft or otherwise, will not be focused on the fact that Carmel is 1 square mile, and that is the focus of the plan. Because after all, the forest does extend beyond the 1 square mile of Carmel. And the unique aspects and characteristics of this forest must all be taken into account in describing the environmental baseline that's going to be required for your, well, first, I think, to come up with a comprehensive management plan to begin with for the forest, and also for the initial study. The initial study does require a comprehensive analysis, identification and analysis of the environmental baseline, which goes beyond, well beyond the 1 square mile of Carmel, and even goes to the fact that there is a natural marine sanctuary in the bay, and that there are specially protected species as well as habitat, not just within the 1 square mile, but amongst the unique trees that constitute our unique forest. I want to emphasize many of the points that Melanie made about needing to protect, preserve, and enhance the uniqueness of our forest that preceded the development of Carmel, after all. And so to that extent is, as was distinguished this morning, an urbanized forest that we should not lose track of. And also the importance of respecting the canopy, not by contrived or artificial percents of allowance to be achieved, but rather taking into account the unique nature of the forest that has made it as resilient as it is, withstanding centuries, I believe, of survival of different climatic changes. And then also the unique aspects of the forest. Was that my signal?
Yeah.
It was, okay. So anyway, and then I want to also support this idea of independence of the certified arborist with his unique skills and talents and knowledge to use specifically towards this protection of this unique forest. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, thank you very much for staying with us and the comments you provided both at the opening and close today. We appreciate it. You are welcome to come back and spend the day with us tomorrow. And we will reconvene tomorrow at 11 a.m. is our starting time tomorrow. Okay?
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. And thanks to our city staff for making this possible. Thank you.
One day down, one to go.
Okay. Daniel.